morning, everyone. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming this morning. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, representatives from the Bank of Ghana, representative of the second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, our National Executive Council members of Association of Ghana Industries, our invited guests, our financial institutions, fellow entrepreneurs, and friends from the media. It's a great honor to moderate today's program on the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052, and the operations of the Collateral Registry. My name is Dr. Maureen Erikwa Odoi, and I'm here with my co-pilot.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ekuya Ejewa Abiesi. I'm coming from the Collateral Registry Department, and let me give you some background on why we are here today. So, the Collateral Registry is mandated by the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052. And last year, the registry celebrated 15 years in operation. So as part of the celebration activities, the registry took the opportunity to go through or take stock of some of our accomplishments over the years, and also to strategize on next steps for the next 5 years. Now, as part of some of the activities, the registry decided to embark on a very extensive sensitization program that is geared towards borrowers and consumers. So today is one of a series of sensitization programs that we are going to be holding within the year. It actually started the latter part of last year, 2025, and so this year we have a number of sensitizations scheduled. And seeing that AGI has a very vast network of private enterprises, we thought this collaboration was very key. So basically, what to expect from today's program? We have presenters who would basically look at the rights, responsibilities, and roles of borrowers and consumers as prescribed by Act 1052. So if you are a consumer, if you are a borrower, if you are definitely looking for questions, or if you have questions on borrowing, definitely you are in the right spot. We have a solid team from the Bank of Ghana who would answer all your questions. So I'll turn over back to my colleague to go over other additional stuff.
Thank you, Ikuya. Today's discussion is important because it touches on one of the biggest realities facing businesses in Ghana. Many MSMEs are viable, active, and hardworking, but they still struggle to access credit. And the data supports this concern that access to credit is an issue. But today we are very happy to be here because this reality is about to change. Over to you.
Okay, so before we step into today's program, a few housekeeping rules. If you are looking for the restroom, right through the main door, once you go through, you take a right, and the restrooms are there, the gents and the ladies. And then in terms of, we've held a number of these sensitization programs, and we realized that the ones that we termed to be very successful were the ones that it was very interactive. So there were a lot of questions and the answers and all that. So we definitely need you to come up with your questions. However, when it comes to the way the program is going to flow, we have, after each presentation, we have a Q&A session. So please, definitely jot down your questions during the presentation, and then we will definitely get to your questions. This is also to save time and ensure that we are moving along. So again, We are quite excited you are here. We have a lot to share with you. And as I said, we have a strong backing from the Bank of Ghana. We have a lot of well-versed people to help you with your questions. So that's one thing. And then in order for us to have these programs as well, it is important that we get feedback. So at the end of the program, we'll go through evaluation. Please, this is very, very important. I can't stress it enough. If we don't get feedback, we cannot have these programs. So at the end of the program, we'll go through an evaluation process where you can scan, and then it'll take you not more than 5 minutes to fill out the evaluation program forms, so that at least we are aware. This is basically to grade us, to ensure that we did provide you what you were looking for. If not, we can go ahead and tweak the programs that we do. So again, that's just by the way. So at this juncture, I'll hand over back to Dr. Maureen.
Thank you very much, Ikia. So I'd like us to just begin with a practical picture in mind. Imagine a young entrepreneur who has started a business. The business has stock vehicles, equipment, a sewing machine, processing tools, shop assets, and maybe some receivables from the customer. The business has potential, demand is there. The entrepreneur now wants to build and grow, but wants capital to expand. But when they approach a lender, they are asked, what collateral do you have? The person thinks, well, I don't own land. I don't have a building. So maybe I do not qualify. And that has been the experience of many entrepreneurs for years. Today, the message is different. Today's message is your assets can work for you. Not only land, not only buildings, but the movable assets your business already owns and uses. And that is why this conversation is important today. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Maureen. So we'll jump into the program. Again, if you need a copy of the program, you can just scan the QR codes in the middle of the table. You have copies of today's program. We have a very packed program, so we're going to try and push it along, myself and Dr. Maureen, to ensure that we are all on the correct timing. So at this point, I would now hand over to Dr. Maureen for the opening prayer.
Pray with all of us. So I'll kindly ask you to bow down your head and let's pray. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to partner with the Bank of Ghana, opportunity to expand their business through this new act. We pray, oh Lord, for success. We pray for every speaker, for wisdom, understanding, and clarity. We pray for entrepreneurs to appreciate this and also take advantage of it so that businesses will grow and we can create more jobs. And at the end of it, AGI will be that strong, formidable organization that can partner with more organizations and even do more with the Bank of Ghana. This we ask with thanksgiving for a successful program. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, so we are now ready for an interesting program. And we are blessed to have all our executives here, and we want to thank the Bank of Ghana and thank AGI for this opportunity. But before we start, we would like to invite a very special, everyone here is special, but a very special person who we are all looking up to in the person of pharmacist Kofi Nsia Poku, the president of AGI, to give us a welcome address. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
The second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, the Chief Executive Officer of AGI, captains of industry, cherished members of Association of Ghana Industry, our friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this sensitization workshop on the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052, and also to convey my warm greetings from the Council and members of Association of Ghana Industries. We are particularly grateful to our valued partners, the Bank of Ghana, for granting us this unique opportunity for knowledge acquisition. I believe our efforts to assemble here from our various places of work will yield positive outcomes. It is my expectation that this program will be guiding us through the provisions and practical implications of this significant legislation. I wish to commend the Bank of Ghana for ensuring microeconomic stability and its sustainability. Indeed, microeconomic stability has a positive bearing on lending rates. Your presence, therefore, underscores the importance of collaboration between industry, regulators, and financial institutions in strengthening Ghana's credit environment. The Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020 represents a major step forward in promoting responsible lending, protecting borrowers' rights, and enhancing transparency and efficiency within our credit system. For businesses, especially small and medium enterprises, access to finance remains a critical pillar for growth, expansion, and sustainability. However, access must be supported by clear rules, mutual accountability, and a shared understanding of rights and obligations. Today's sensitization program is therefore timely and very necessary. It provides provisions and appreciates how compliance can protect our businesses while strengthening confidence within the financial ecosystem. As an association, we believe that knowledge is empowerment. When our members are well informed about the legal and regulatory framework governing credit, they are better positioned to negotiate responsibly, manage risk effectively, and build stronger relationships with lenders. I encourage all participants to engage actively and seek clarification where necessary. Let us take this an interactive session that delivers practical value to our businesses. Further, I will urge participants to promoters of the provisions within the Act, to others who require information to make sure critical decisions on assessing credit. On behalf of the association, I reaffirm our commitment to continuous education, advocacy, and partnership in creating a supportive and enabling environment. Once again, I welcome you all and wish all of us a fruitful and insightful deliberations. I wish to thank you. God bless our association, and God bless Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have made it clear, you have highlighted the importance of the shift from a traditional collateral thinking to a more inclusive financing approach. So, now that you are here, let's give him another round of applause.
Thank you so much.
So next on our program, we have a very, very important lady who is going to give us her address, and we would like to all welcome her with a round of applause in the person of Dr. Grace Amy Obeng, chairperson of the AGI Women in Business. Thank you very much, madam, for coming.
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be engaged in AGI activities because you learn more, you grow more, you improve more, you are better empowered. Welcome, all of you. The second deputy speaker, the president of AGI, Chief Executive, Mr. Seth, captains of industry, cherished members of the Association of Ghana Industries, my dear AGI women in business, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to share a few remarks at this important sensitization workshop. From the early years of AGI Women in Business, we have consistently advocated for improved access to affordable credit for women entrepreneurs. In our engagements with policymakers, particularly the Bank of Ghana, we emphasized that access to finance remains essential to the growth and sustainability of women-led enterprises. I therefore commend the Bank of Ghana for organizing this timely and practical session. Many women entrepreneurs have expressed concern about accessing credit due to fears of losing their assets. This caution, while understandable, has often limited business expansion. Today's workshop is therefore critical in equipping us with accurate information to make informed and confident financial decisions. AGI Women in Business values the strong partnership established with the Bank of Ghana through the Collateral Registry under the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052. A key challenge for many women-led businesses has been the inability to provide traditional collateral. Yet our enterprises hold valuable assets, inventory, equipment, receivables, and contracts that can now be recognized as security under this legal framework. The Act provides clarity and structure, reducing uncertainty for both borrowers and lenders. This sensitization is therefore not merely informational, it is empowering. It enables women entrepreneurs to better understand how to leverage their assets responsibly, engage financial institutions strategically, and access the capital needed for sustainable growth. To the Bank of Ghana and the Collateral Registry team, we express our sincere appreciation for your collaboration and commitment to financial inclusion. Your support strengthens the foundation upon which women-led enterprises can grow with confidence. To the women here today, I encourage you to actively participate, seek clarity, and explore how this framework can support your business expansion plans. When knowledge guides our decisions, finance only becomes a strategic tool for progress. As AGI Women in Business, we remain committed to advocating for equitable access to finance and ensuring that the knowledge gained here translates into measurable business growth. I wish us all a productive and impactful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grace Omiobeng. Let's do it better for her. And better. For a reason. For 7 years, she has always talked about how to access credit, but not just credit, affordable finance. Today marks a great milestone in the life of this great leader. Let's give her another round of applause. And let's thank AGI for empowering AGI Women in Business and all businesses here today. It's such a great honor. Over to Ikuya, who will now introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I'm actually very, very delighted to introduce my head of department. He's a distinguished gentleman, and he will be giving the remarks for BOG. He's in the person of Mr. Fred Esiamakranting, the head and registrar of the Collateral Registry Department. Thank you.
Introduction. I don't know if I'm flattered, but thank you very much for your compliments. Really appreciate it. All right. Mr. Franklin Benye, advisor to the governor, the president of the Association of Ghana Industries, pharmacists, Kofi Nsiapoku, the chief executive officer of AGI, Mr. Seth Chum Akwabwa, council and members of AGI, captains of industry and business leaders, officials, colleague officials from the Bank of Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the management of Bank of Ghana, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Association of Ghana Industries for collaborating with BOG on this very important exercise. We warmly welcome you all to this workshop on the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020, Act 1052, and the operations of the Collateral Registry. The Collateral Registry Department received a request from the AGI for a sensitization of its members on the Borrowers and Lenders Act and the operations of the Collateral Registry, with emphasis on the rights and responsibilities of borrowers under this act. This request aligns perfectly with the bank's financial literacy commitment to ensuring that stakeholders clearly understand the reforms implemented within the financial sector. As you all know, credit plays a pivotal role in the life cycle of every business. It is the direct driver of job creation, enabling businesses to expand operations, strengthen value chains, and contributes to inclusive industrial growth. Yet, in our part of the world, access to credit poses a significant challenge, particularly for private businesses. This challenge spans from lack of acceptable collateral, information asymmetry, weak enforcement regimes due to the absence of a comprehensive framework for the perfection of security interests, among others. In line with the Bank of Ghana's mandate to regulate, supervise, and direct the banking and credit system to ensure the efficient functioning of the financial sector, the bank engineered the enactment of the Borrowers and Lenders Act and the operationalization of the Collateral Registry. Act 1052 was introduced to generally address the challenges that burdened Ghana's credit market, to strengthen confidence in secure lending, and to enhance competitiveness, to enable businesses plan and invest more efficiently. The enactment of the law ushered Ghana into the secure transactions regime, which led to the establishment of the Collateral Registry. However, limited awareness of this very important credit infrastructure and the processes that govern it, as well as how this system can be effectively leveraged to support businesses' expansion, could defeat the intended purpose of this regime. The bank has therefore committed to continuous stakeholder engagement through targeted sensitization and public awareness programs aimed at a broad range of stakeholders with the objective of strengthening trust and confidence in the credit system. Ladies and gentlemen, this sensitization workshop aims to provide you with an overview of the provisions of the Act, which is the Act 1052, highlighting the rights and responsibilities of borrowers and the remedies available to you under the Act. We believe that informed players in the credit ecosystem are better positioned to engage responsibly and confidently within the credit market. Let me warmly welcome you and thank you for honoring this invitation, and also to the executives of the AGI for collaborating with the Bank of Ghana to organize this program. The bank appreciates your commitment as business people, stepping away from your busy schedules to participate in today's workshop. Thank you very much for coming.
Oh, I'm sure we can do much better. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So the next item is the keynote address by the Second Deputy Governor, BOG, Mrs. Matilda Asante Isiedu. Unfortunately, she could not join us this morning due to an emergency assignment that she had to attend to. However, she sends her regards and her sincere apologies. On that note, we however have another distinguished gentleman from the Bank of Ghana in the person of Mr. Franklin Bentley. He's the advisor to the governor. So if you could please give him a nice welcome.
Hello. Good morning to you all. And let me add my voice to the welcome message to this meeting. As was explained, the Deputy Governor, Mrs. Matilda Asante Isiedu, was supposed to address you at this meeting. Unfortunately, at the last minute, other commitments took her away, and I'm standing in for her. So whatever I'm going to say here, take it as coming from her. Is that okay? Okay. The president of the association, Farmer Nsiapoku, the chief executive and members of the council of the Association of Ghana Industries, captains of industry and business leaders present, the head of the Collateral Registry, the person of Mr. Fredesiama Kranting, officials of the Bank of Ghana who are here, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and a great privilege to address the members of the Association of Ghana Industries at this important sensitization workshop. I thank the leadership of the AGI for partnering with Bank of Ghana to bring captains of industry to deliberate on some topical issues associated with Ghana's credit infrastructure. For us at the Bank of Ghana, engagements such as this are purposeful. They form part of a deliberate effort to build a more transparent, predictable, and inclusive credit environment, particularly in this era of an improving macroeconomy. With the diverse membership of over 1,200 companies across several economic subsectors, we believe the Association of Ghana Industries is well positioned to benefit significantly from policy direction and developments that shape the banking and credit landscape in Ghana. A remark that I'm going to give will focus on the scope of the Borrowers and Lenders Act, some key milestones and achievements, and in the secured credit infrastructure space, and what that infrastructure means for your businesses. Before that, let me give some background. Recent macroeconomic developments in our country point to a significant continuing improvement in the economy. Inflation, which peaked at 54.1% in December 2022, has declined consistently over the last 15 months, reaching one of its lowest levels in recent years, at 3.2% as at the end of March 2026. Interest rates have also moderated, with the monetary policy rate currently at 14%, from 28% a year ago, thus creating a more supportive and conducive environment for private sector credit growth. While these gains are commendable, they can only become beneficial when individuals and businesses can take advantage of these improved conditions to enhance growth and competitiveness. Globally, the private sector is recognized as the backbone of economies, accounting for the largest share of employment and production. Despite the critical role that the private sector plays in the economy, it faces persistent challenges in accessing the financing needed to start, sustain, and grow their businesses. These challenges stem from constraints such as information asymmetries between lenders and borrowers, limited collateral options, and weaknesses in enforcement. This results in rising borrowing costs and cautious risk appetites among lenders, ultimately slowing down job creation, innovation, and growth. The Bank of Ghana, through its ongoing financial sector reforms and policy interventions, has taken deliberate steps to address some of these challenges, to create an enabling environment for credit availability and growth. One key initiative in this regard was the establishment of a modern secure transactions framework, first with the Credit Reporting Act of 2008, and more recently anchored in the reviewed and updated Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020 Act 1052. This has brought enhanced clarity and certainty to the creation, registration, prioritization, and enforcement of security interests. Beyond strengthening lender confidence, Act 1052 reinforced the rights of borrowers, thereby fostering the trust between lenders and borrowers, which is fundamental to a well-functioning credit market. Moving on to the scope of the Borrowers and Lenders Act. Act 1052 seeks, among others, to achieve 5 key goals. First, to regulate transactions between borrowers and lenders. Secondly, to provide a legal framework for the registration and enforcement of security interests in collateral. Thirdly, to establish a collateral registry. Fourth, to establish an order of priority of security interest. And finally, provide for credit agreements and related matters. The Act was enacted to help in addressing the challenges that have long constrained Ghana's credit market by enhancing transparency, improving access to credit information, and expanding the scope of acceptable collateral to include both movable and intangible assets, such as machinery, vehicles, inventory, accounts receivable, and so on. The Act further expands the definition of a lender beyond the regulated financial institutions to include individuals, while providing clarity on the types of credit transactions that fall within the scope. These include secured loans, leasing arrangements, hire purchase agreements, and other forms of asset-based lending. Additionally, Act 1052 offers clear guidance on the transfer of title in secured lending and establishes efficient enforcement mechanisms in the event of borrower default. Some key milestones in this space. At the center of the Secure Transactions Framework is a collateral registry, established to principally register secured interest in collateral created by borrowers to secure credit facilities provided by lenders. The registry is responsible for keeping and maintaining a platform for the registration of security interests, conduct of searches, assisting with enforcement in the event of a default, as well as other post-registration activities. Over the years, the registry has made remarkable strides in transforming Ghana's credit landscape, recording a total of 1,921,000 secure transactions registered between 2010 and 2025. Approximately an average security interest registered weekly of about 9,000. Of the 1.9 million recorded in the last 15-year period, 1.8 million, almost 1.9 million, 1.88 million represents about 97% of the borrowers were individuals, and the remainder are private large entities, public institutions, and other borrowers. Additionally, between 2010 and 2025, a total of 3.2 million assets were registered, including about 2.4 million movable assets and the rest between movable and immovable. These statistics underline the critical role the Collateral Registry continues to play in broadening access to credit, particularly for the underserved in the economy. The outcomes are encouraging and demonstrate the growing confidence in Ghana's secured lending ecosystem. However, to the Bank of Ghana, these figures strengthen our resolve to deepen these gains, expand outreach, and ensure that the benefits of secured credit are felt more broadly across the economy. So what does all this mean for you and for your businesses? Distinguished executives of industry, it is reassuring to note that the assets you already own have significant value, and that through the Secure Transactions Legal Framework, these are formally recognized and can be leveraged to secure credit facilities for investment and growth. It is no longer the case that the lack of land or other traditional forms of collateral must stand between you and access to credit. However, the effectiveness of this framework relies not only on its existence, but on your awareness and its active utilization. Limited understanding of the secured transactions framework within the credit infrastructure and the opportunities it presents continues to be a barrier to accessing credit. Promoting awareness and effective use of these mechanisms are therefore essential to unlocking the full potentials of the Secure Transactions Framework. It must be emphasized that while the availability of collateral is an important element of secure lending, it is only one of several factors considered by lenders in the credit assessment process, thus requiring borrowers to also be accountable in the lender-borrower relationship. This is precisely why engagements such as this one are so critical. This sensitization workshop focuses on your rights and responsibilities under Act 1052 and provides an insight into the activities of the Collateral Registry. Through this, we highlight your rights such as seeking clarity your credit agreements, asking the necessary questions when credit terms are unclear, and insisting on transparency from lenders, just as lenders expect reliability and accountability from borrowers. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman and members of industry, I urge you to take full advantage of this sensitization workshop to enhance your knowledge on evolving trends in the credit ecosystem, leveraging on the opportunities it presents, and positioning your business to fully benefit from it. The Bank of Ghana remains firmly committed to working with you through continuous engagements such as this one that inform policy direction and ensure that these interventions serve as catalysts for sustainable economic growth. We will continue to strengthen the secure transactions framework and ensure that Act 1052 evolves with a dynamic credit market. I wish you a productive and enlightening engagement. And I thank you once again for your attendance and attention. Good morning.
I promise you that the purpose for today's meeting within the lending system. So on that note, I'd like to say a big thank you. We are doing very well on time because the Bank of Ghana said it's important, and we also view it as important. We invite you at this moment to turn to someone close to you. Introduce yourself. This is the 1-minute networking session. Just get to know someone on your table for a minute. Let's get talking because we are here also for networking. Let's get to know someone, your name, what you do, something you like about that person.
Get to know others,
You don't know.
not only those you know.
Get to know others you do
Do not know.
get to know others you
Do
do.
not know. Especially the
Yes, I hear. Oh, get
to know them.
awesome.
I see handshakes across the table. We have 10 seconds to settle down, and we will be joining a very important personality, Mr. Franklin Bennell, to have a picture, and I will be inviting all the executives from AGI, the National Executive Council, and all the executives from the Bank of Ghana to the front. Now it has moved to hugs. From exchange of cards to hugs to networking. That is awesome. This is a practical workshop. So let's settle down now. Let's settle down. Thank you very much for the great networking session. Wow, and more hugs are happening. I haven't got a hug yet, but I think I have someone I can hug. Lovely outfit. If you want one, please order one. Order one. The bankers, order one. All right.
Where's our special guest? Okay, we have
Invite him to come in. Okay, he will be invited last to come. Okay. He will come last to join. So the first will be your people first, then I'll. Thank you. I got a second hug. Ikia, you haven't given me a hug yet. Yes. Please. All right. So please, at this point, we would like to invite here the executives.
Yes, so at this point, we want to start the photo session. So we will invite all the executives from Bank of Ghana to take a quick picture with our senior advisor. So all the BOG.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. The BOG.
All BOG executives.
Hello.
Please.
BOG executives, please. Okay, so now we're having the photo session. All BOG will take a picture with the senior advisor, and then we will move on to the executives of AGI as well.
So next we'll be inviting the executives from the Association of Ghana Industries, the members of the NEC.
Please, BOG staff, sorry, BOG staff.
I think they should fill in. All right, so please be seated, executives of BOG. We'll now invite executives of BOG, please be seated, and we'd like to invite members of the NEC from AGI. Please, you are welcome to join the executives here to take a picture. We need some more chairs, please, for... And members of the, okay, NEC.
Okay, so next we have the planning committee. We have a group of individuals that were very insightful in planning today's
Yes, please.
event. So we'll have all the planning committee members.
Mr.
Planning
CEO.
committee members.
Mr. CEO, would you like to join us, Mr. Damran? We have the joint planning committee from Bank of Ghana and AGI. Please join us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so we've come to a very important part, and at this point, I'd like to kindly invite every member present to grab snack and return to our tables so that we can still work within the time frame. So you're all invited at this point to take a 20-minute break. A 20-minute break, please grab, for those behind, please, to the left side, you can please grab a cup snack, and then we can start. In exactly 20 minutes, the next session will start so that we can finish off and leave. Thank you so much. Enjoy your snack. We will start the next session. Thank you very much. It's snack time, please.
Collateral team, please report to the front of the conference room. Collateral team. Collateral Registry team. Collateral Registry team, please report to the front of the conference room.
AGI Women in Business. AGI Women in Business. Can you join us to take a picture with our chairperson and Mr. President, please? AGI Women in Business, please join us to take a quick picture. AGI Women in Business. So after the collateral team takes a picture, AGI Women in Business, let's come forward. hope you're enjoying your snack break. We have 8 minutes. Can we all settle down? 8 minutes to go. And you can do more networking since you have some few minutes to engage.
Hello. I'm sure we are all enjoying our snacks. I think we still have a few people outside. Can we please come back in? Three more minutes, and then we can all get seated and start the program again. Okay, welcome back to the second part of today's program. I hope we all enjoyed or are continuing to enjoy our snack. You can bring your snack in. For the sake of time, we just want to start the program. So as we said, today's program is to get you more acquainted with the Collateral Registry as well as the Act. So another way that we can get you guys more acquainted with the Collateral Registry is we have a brief documentary on the Collateral Registry and what we do. So basically this is us in our element. So please relax, continue your snack, and enjoy, get to know the Collateral Registry a little bit more. After the documentary, then we'll have the first presentation of the day. So please enjoy the documentary. Thank you.
Years ago, a quiet transformation began. A registry was created to change how Ghana lends, borrows, and grows. This is the story of the Collateral Registry. And a half, it has worked silently but powerfully to open the doors of credit to all. The journey began in 2008 when Parliament enacted the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2008, Act 773, a bold legislative step to strengthen Ghana's credit market. 2 years later, in 2010, the Collateral Registry was established, creating a new path for individuals and businesses to secure credit using movable and immovable assets.
Collateral Registry.
15 years ago, a quiet transformation began. A registry was created to change how Ghana lends, borrows, and grows. This is the story of the Collateral Registry of the Bank of Ghana and how for a decade and a half it has worked silently but powerfully to open the doors of credit to all. The journey began in 2008 when Parliament enacted the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2008, Act 773, a bold legislative step to strengthen Ghana's credit market. 2 years later, in 2010, the Collateral Registry was established, creating a new path for individuals and businesses to secure credit using movable and immovable assets.
The Collateral Registry was established on the 1st of February 2010, and it was established as a result of the passage of the Borrowers and Lenders Act 773. This act was passed in the year 2008, and in that act, Bank of Ghana was mandated to establish the Collateral Registry. Collateral Registry started operation on the 1st of February 2010. Now, the law then envisaged a paper registry, but Bank of Ghana said no, we cannot do paper because we want to move ahead of the industry. Industry meaning secure transaction regimes around the world. So Bank of Ghana established a semi-automated registry. And then 2 years down the line, we had some support from the International Finance Corporation, IFC, with funding from CERCO, the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. They assisted us establish a web-based, fully automated collateral registry system in the year 2012. The primary goal of the collateral registry is to ensure that there's an enabling environment. So in this case, since it's a secure transactions regime we are talking about, facilitate easy access to secured credit.
As the financial system evolved, so did the law. In 2020, the Borrowers and Lenders Act 2020 Act 1052 replaced the earlier framework, enhancing coverage, simplifying enforcement, and providing stronger legal backing for secured lending.
The legal framework which established the Collateral Registry was a law known as Borrowers and Lenders Act 773. It basically tasked Bank of Ghana to establish a paper registry. Now, there was a need for us to take a second look at the law because it was not meeting our contemporary needs by way of a secure transactions regime and the regulation of the activities of both borrowers and lenders. So we had to take steps to repeal the Borrowers and Lenders Act 773. So in the year 2020, steps were taken to repeal this law.
Act 773 was plagued with a lot of deficiencies. So, going through the deficiencies, that was how the 1052 was passed. But in passing the 1052, that was when I saw myself in the department. When I came, the act was being passed and we had to do our inputs, which we did. My goal was that I have to make sure that this act came into being before I left Bank of Ghana. Eventually, they passed the act and it was given to the various departments. And honestly, we're very, very happy when the act came into being.
Bank of Ghana is mandated to promote sound financial and credit system. And as part of this mandate, the bank, together with some identified stakeholders, identified some challenges in the credit system. Some of these challenges were inadequate information on collateral, information asymmetry between borrowers and lenders, challenges with collateral enforcement, among others.
In just 15 years, the registry has facilitated over 1.4 million secured loans and supported more than 86,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. It has become a critical pillar of credit infrastructure.
We started very humbly. For the year 2010, we had registrations of security interests of about 10,000. But as I'm speaking to you now, we have registration, or we recorded over 380 registrations in the collateral registry system, with an average of about 9,000 registrations per a week. This is one of the highest on the African continent. But I must say there's a need for us to do more.
With the establishment of the Collateral Registry Department, it brought stability to the financial market. Looking at the two acts, you can see that number one, the Borrowers and Lenders Act 1052 2020 was able to cure most of the deficiencies. Number one was a platform online for borrowers and lenders to check, to search, to come out with any information they would want. Number two, you can sit in the comfort of your home and go through and get any information you want. Hitherto, you had to come to Bank of Ghana, pay some small amount before you be given the access But Act 1052, Borrowers and Lenders Act, you sit in the comfort of your home and you just touch buttons and you are okay with any information you would want. So that one too brought confidence to the financial market. Another one was that the 1052 gave borrowers and lenders rights to use movable and immovable assets as their collateral.
The impact reaches far beyond numbers. Ghana's Collateral Registry has not only transformed the local credit landscape, it has become a reference point across Africa.
When we started this system, this journey, mode of payment was a bit of a problem. So lenders or borrowers will have to physically go to banking halls to pay to be able to access the service of the Collateral Registry. By the year 2020, we put in place a very robust and a very user-friendly payment model by way of payment through the now very well-known mobile money, and then some of the online mechanisms like the MasterCard and then the Visa card. The other achievement which I can mention here is the promotion of a robust web-based system. We've promoted it, we've achieved that milestone, and then let me also add that we've had over 20 countries from our fellow African countries passing through us, establishing their secured transactions framework.
Most countries, West African countries, wrote to us to come and learn from us. I remember Malawi, Uganda, Nigeria. It was the parliamentary caucus who came there. They came to understudy the Collateral Registry.
At its core is CRAS, the Collateral Registry Application Software, a smart digital platform that allows users to register, update, and search security interests online. CRAS makes secured lending efficient and accessible, all with just a few clicks.
The Collateral Registry Application Software, short form CRAS, is an application developed for one simple purpose: ensure that banks that grant loans that are backed by a form of collateral, they are able to register that collateral with the Bank of Ghana in accordance with the Borrowers and Lenders Act 1052. So the system has been upgraded 2 times. The first one in 2018, the second one in 2020, all to ensure that number one, it meets international best practices, and number two, it conforms with the provisions of the laws that we are working with. There are 2 main functions that can be performed on the system. One is your ability to register your collateralized loans. That's, of course, all users, all institutions, be it regulated financial institutions or individuals. In the past, it used to be only institutions that were licensed to be in the business of lending. But with the new law, it's cast across. As long as you have given out a loan which is backed by collateral, which is domiciled in the country, you can come under this law and register. In fact, let me put it this way, you are required by the law to register your interest. Now, the second part, you conduct a search. That one to everybody, whether you're in Ghana, Afghanistan, Togo, whichever country you find yourself in. If you want to pick up a collateral in Ghana or an asset in Ghana and conduct a search on it, you can also find a solution online, conduct your search. So in a nutshell, everybody can come on the platform, whether institutions regulated by the bank, individuals, law firms, trade creditors, market women, everyone, as long as you have an interest in the collateral that you want to find out its status.
With every registered interest comes protection, helping lenders reduce risk and borrowers build trust. The registry makes transactions more transparent, reliable, and compliant.
First National Bank has been on the Bank of Ghana Collateral Registry portal since its inception.
Bentiencho Lechan and Kuma has been a user since inception. In actual fact, we're part of the first batch of persons that were trained to use the Collateral Registry system, and we've been using it since.
ASA has been an outfit in the registry for 9 years, starting from 2016.
Here at First National Bank, we offer credit, And so the Collateral Registry portal gives us the platform to request for searches, and it's instant. You don't have to write a long letter to any institution and wait for days. And also it gives you the opportunity to register your interest and to enforce it. And what I like about this is the fact that you can realize your collateral without going to courts. So it's been a game changer. I think that the staff at the Collateral Registry and it have been professional. They have been amazing. I mean, I like the way they relate with us and the patience with which they would work with you. They ensure that they see through your issue to its end. They don't leave it hanging. And so they've been great.
So we typically use the Collateral Registry system for searches, for security registration, amendments to particulars of security that we've already registered, and also for enforcement of security. It's brought comfort to our clients in that they know what they are getting into before they start their business.
The registry hasn't been biased. It has been favorable to both the lender and then the user. It's made giving out loans less risky compared to them, because we know our cash collaterals are safe with the registry. Since ASA joined CRAS, that is the Collateral Registry system, it has been very good and then effective for us.
As the Collateral Registry steps boldly into its next chapter, the vision is clear: to reach deeper into underserved communities, to connect more seamlessly with national databases, and to unlock the power of data for smarter lending decisions.
The future looks very, very, very bright because of what we've been able to achieve so far and where we are currently and what the registry seeks to achieve. And then the other thing has to do with our collaboration with the other collateral registries on the African continent. All right. Let me quickly add that our registry sits in a very unique position. This is one of the very few registries which does both movables and immovables. Okay. Most other African registries, they do only movable registries because their laws permit them to do only movables. But for us, we do both movables and immovables. So it serves as a one-stop shop for anything collateral. So we are very excited about the future, and we know that it's going to add to the achievement that we've already, or the successes that we've already chalked to make sure that the ultimate goal of the framings of where we derive our mandates from, that's the Borrowers and Lenders Act, is fulfilled.
As we celebrate 15 years of impact, we embrace this moment not as an end, but as a renewed call to broaden opportunity, strengthen trust, and build a credit system where every dream has a fair chance to thrive.
We are very much grateful to management of Bank of Ghana for taking us through the 15-year journey. And one other stakeholder is the Ministry of Finance. They've also been very supportive in our journey so far. The other stakeholders are our sister registries, Lands Commission, our DVLA, Driver and Vehicle License Authority, and then the ORC, Office of Registrar of Companies. They are also very supportive, or they've been very supportive in this journey. And the other thing has to do with the staff of the Collateral Registry, past, present, and even future staff of the Collateral Registry. We are very grateful. We are very lucky to have a very dedicated staff who are very dedicated to their work. Professionalism that they display here is something else. The next 15 years is even going to be much more exciting.
And I will be taking us through. I'll be taking us through a quick overview of our law. I believe most of us here find ourselves in the lending or the borrowing space where we want to have access to credit. Now, this legal framework that we are about to look at is what guides the whole operation in the industry. So what we are going to do is to just take you through some of the areas that hinge on your operations. The law is quite broad. So we are going to emphasize on some of the key things that affects your daily operations. If you have questions, which I believe you will,
please kindly note them down, and then we'll try and address them right after the presentation. So some of the first thing that why the Bank of Ghana is doing this is under the law. It's under Section 76. It mandates us to enhance or go about these sensitization programs that we are doing. And then the objective of this brief presentation is to drive home the borrower's perspective when it comes to the Act. Now, the name of the Act speaks for itself: borrowers and lenders. Bank of Ghana is like a referee. We are just in the middle holding our cards and then making sure that the lenders are playing their side, and then the borrowers are also playing their side when it comes to the law. So what is the first thing that we want to look at? There are some few things that some of these things are a little bit of test and order, so I'll try and break it down to the operational languages. The law does a number of things. There are things that it applies to. The first thing is that it regulates transactions between borrowers and lenders, where borrowers means that those who want to access credit, and lenders mean that those who have the ability to grant credit in any way. Establishing the Collateral Registry provides the framework for registration and enforcement. There's a leg of the law which deals with enforcement. It's also catered under this law. Then when we talk about priority, we are looking at assets which are being used as collateral, the order of priority, the interest that we have in the assets, who comes first. That is what we mean by priority. And then general provisions when we talk about credits in general. So what law governs the drafting and how you are supposed to go about your credit agreement is all under this and other related matters. Some four first definitions that you need to take note of in the law. Number one is the definition of a borrower. The law defines a borrower as a person who enters into a credit agreement. So any one of us here that want to go into any form of credit, bear in mind the terms which we are using credit, not just loans. So loans are a subset. So we are looking at credit in general, selling goods on credit and all that. So if you enter into credit with anyone as a lender, you are defined as a borrower in this law. The law now defines a lender in this sense as a person who enters into a credit agreement with a borrower. And these are some of them. Number one, a person who advances credit, like you just go about like the banks, the savings and loans, the microcredits, the rural banks and all that. A person who sells goods on credit. How many of us sell goods on credit? Can you show by hand? I think I've sold some few things on credit before, so yes. And then a person who provides services on credit. So anybody here offering services on credit, you offer service on credit. So the law also sees you as a lender. But here today we are emphasizing on the borrowing leg. Then a finance lessor. You finance like some goods and all that, you come under this. Then a buyer of account receivables. The next set of definition, the name that the department holds, Collateral Registry, is defined under the law, and it means any movable or immovable property, by which we mean now an iPhone costs about, I think over 40,000, right? Yeah, 40,000, I think the new iPhone and all that. So it's a movable asset. If you are able to engage, I could see a lot of iPhones in the room, that's why. So, yeah, so if any company elects to advance iPhone on credit, and then you elect to go for it, that iPhone could be used as a security, in which sense that good is being sold on credit. So it can be used as a collateral to back the loan for which you are going in for. And then immovable assets, that one we know, the buildings, landed properties and all that. That is subject to a security interest. And now what a security interest means. And security interest means a collateral that is proprietary right in a movable or immovable asset that is created by credit agreement to secure payment. So what we are trying to mean is that you have an asset, maybe I'm using this water bottle as an example. You enter into an agreement with a prospective lender, and then the lender elects to put their rights in this asset. What we mean is that this asset has been encumbered. So this asset now becomes the collateral by which the lender has an interest, by which we mean a security interest in this asset. This is a very long, legal term, but the meaning is that you have an interest or a security. So when we say interest in our discourse, we don't mean the profit or the margin on something, but what we are trying to mean is that the security interest, the rights that someone have in an asset that has been pledged as a collateral. So that is what we mean. So you'll be hearing the language security interest quite often. All right. Now, the scope of the act, generally a credit agreement that provides for security interest in property. I want to take time to go through some of these things to show us what the law applies to when we talk about security interest and how it relates to your work. The creation of a security interest must be created. So we'll be looking at what point is a security interest in an asset of yours created. The next one is, when does it become effective? So effectiveness of a security interest against third party, the priority of the property as located in this country. There's an emphasis on that, where assets we are looking at is assets which are located in this country. This law applies to such assets. So if somebody has a land maybe in Togo and it's being used as collateral, this law would not apply to such. Then security interest in which the property is of a type ordinarily used in more than one country if the borrower is located in this country. There are certain cars that goes maybe from Ghana to Togo and all that. They are assets that could be used ordinarily in more than one country. Such asset, the borrower must be in this country. And what we mean by a borrower is in this country. Number one, the borrower is ordinarily resident in this country, and that we find that the person has lived in Ghana at least 12 months and then has a place of business in this country. Most of us, I believe, in this room have place of businesses in this country. And then the company too, or the business can have place of business in more than one country, but the principal office is located in this country. And that is what the law applies to. The next one is what, okay, let me see. All right. What the law does not apply to, there are some exemptions. The first one is that if you have a ship, by simple definition, if somebody is trading in ship, is anybody trading in ship here or have a ship as an asset? Very soon, yes, or one day. This law, if you elect to use that as security, there's a law that deals with it. This law does not apply to such an asset. The second one is payment rights. The next one is assignment of wages and salaries and pension. For instance, your PF and all those things, they could be used as security, but this law does not apply to it. Life insurance policy, treasury bills, transfer of rights, and an amount less than 500 Ghana cedis. Now, the next one is, what is a credit agreement? Can anybody, without looking on the screen, try to tell us what a credit, I believe, can somebody try? Oh, we've all read it. But we are looking at a combination of a number of things. Number one, a credit facility. Remember the term, you're looking at credit. Then a credit transaction, you have finance lease, we have hire purchase. How many of us deal in a lot of hire purchase kind of transactions? Anybody here? Hire purchase. Okay. Then a credit guarantee, where a third party promises to satisfy an obligation on behalf of the borrower. So somebody comes and goes like, oh, you offer the credits, I'll offer myself or maybe an asset as guarantee, and then because of my goodwill and my name, if the person defaults, I'll be ready to pay. So we see that a lot. Then an agreement relates to a transaction that creates a security interest in a property to secure the performance of present and future obligation determined or determinable. So these are the definitions of a credit agreement. Now, a credit agreement is defined, but when is it executed? The first one is that a credit agreement that creates a security interest in property shall be executed in writing. So we are not looking at word of mouth. So I can't say that I have an interest in your asset just by mere conversation. By law, it has to be in writing. And the credit agreement shall consist of one or more tangible documents or electronic records, which put together establishes the intent of the parties. So I don't know if we have agreements that we can do via WhatsApp. You can create it and then you send, but it has to be in writing. Then it has to have a number of things involved. Number one, there should be a lender. Number two, there should be a borrower. Number three, there should be a collateral. And the fourth one is that there should be what we call the secured obligation, what the borrower is supposed to do or the lender is supposed to do, how much is supposed to give you, how much you are permitted to take, and all that. And that comes in to create the, okay, I think my device is giving me, let me see, technology. That's okay. That's one of the benefits of technology. Trying to stand here and then control the device at the same time. Okay, the next one, we are looking at our rights. Okay, Mauli there. If we can put it directly into the, okay. All right. So we are going to look at some of the rights that as borrowers we have under the law. Yes, the first one is that we have the right to access credit. So by law, under this law from section 51 to 59, the law set out that all of us, we have rights to access credit, but it gives certain provisions there. The law provides that a person who has a legal capacity to enter into a contract may apply for credit from a lender. And we know who that person is. I think maybe from 18 years and above and all that. The second one is that the lender may decline credit to a prospective borrower on reasonable commercial ground. And this is because of some of the policies that lending, even you yourself, while you may want to give goods to somebody and may not want to give goods to somebody, they are all given, like the law gives room. So it's a reasonable commercial grounds, consistent with the customary risk management and underlying practices of the lender. So if I'm giving out credit, I need to have some policies that allows me to give credit to A and credit to B and credit to C and not D and all that. But then there should be nothing called discrimination, and this is what the law talks about. Accessing credits, a lender shall not discriminate against potential borrowers on grounds of, number one, gender. The second one is race. The third one is color, ethnic groups, political opinion, religion. You just look at somebody and say, because of the fact that you are at my height, I won't give you credit. The law frowns on it. So if you are a borrower and probably want to access credit, and somebody just scans you and says, oh, I see you are on high heels, and because of that, I'm not giving credit to high heels ladies, is discrimination and all that. So there's a key emphasis on access to credit when it comes to people with disabilities. So the law discriminates against that. The next one is pre-agreement disclosure statement. Now, every credit agreement, the borrower must be made aware of everything inside the credit agreement. And the law has put this together in a document called the pre-agreement disclosure. If you enter into any form of credit with a lender and they don't make this available to you, listen to what the law says. A lender is required to provide the borrower with a clear, comprehensive, and accurate information regarding the credit agreement and further inform the borrower of their rights and responsibility. I know oftentimes when we want credit, we are already like, please hurry up. When am I getting the facility and all that? But we have to be aware of what we are getting ourselves into. And the law binds the lender to make sure that they make you what? Aware. What again? Lenders regulated by the Bank of Ghana are required to provide a prospective borrower with a pre-agreement disclosure statement prior to the execution of the credit agreement. So if you know that this agency or this lender you are engaging in is regulated by the bank, they are also mandated to use a certain kind of form, which I'll be showing you very, very soon. The pre-agreement disclosure statement shall include amount of the, so what are the things that must be in there? The principal amount, the disbursement schedule, the interest rates, the proposed repayment schedule, insurance, all the things that you can think of, they must be there. Any charges or fees not disclosed in the pre-agreement statement by the lender shall not be payable by the borrower. And if already paid, must be refunded with what? With interest. So if you see that you've entered into an agreement, they didn't let you see the pre-agreement, but then there are some fees and charges that they are now deducting. The law says that they must pay you back because they failed to disclose it in a pre-agreement. And not only that, they must pay you with what? Interest. I think most of us would have clapped at this point. I was thinking, yeah. So a borrower may, in furtherance to this, sue a lender for damages for loss suffered as a result of this. So if you feel like they've gone too far as a lending, the law gives you the right to take the lender on. And this is the schedule they must give you. It's a very nice schedule at the back. That is I believe, the first or second schedule in the law. The first schedule. That's the first schedule in the law. What other rights do we have to know? Our interest rates. I think one of the first things most of us look out for in any credit is what is the interest on this one. Now, in the past, you see that interests were quoted hourly, every minute, every second, every day. Now, the law says that interest rates must be calculated on annual basis. So when you pick any credit agreement, you should see how much you are expected to pay annually. If the loan is even for 2 weeks, they must compute the annual figure for you to have and see that, okay, if I was supposed to pay this loan for 1 year, this is how much. We want to make sure that it's very fair around and across all industries. Sometimes you go to a bank or an institution and you see 2%, and that 2% is 2% per week. Meanwhile, somebody is giving you maybe 5%, but that 5% is 5% per annum. So you may think that the 2% per week is smaller than the 5% per annum. So that is why the lawmakers have made it this way, that every time you pick your credit, you should see the annual rate that you are getting yourself into. Account, you can also request for your account statement and all that. Then confidentiality. When a lender enters into a credit agreement with you, they are permitted not to disclose the information just under this law, under the credit reporting law, any other law, or by a court of competent jurisdiction, or if the borrower decides to consent to it. If they go against this, they have disclosed your information against the provisions under the law. So let's take note of that. But as I've mentioned, there are also some obligations that the borrower must also do. You can settle your credit in the course of the repayment at any time, subject to notice requirements and conditions provided for in the credit agreement. So the law gives room that maybe you went in for a credit, and in the course of the process or in the course of the repayment, you want to settle it before time. The law gives room for that. But these are the things you must take note of. Unless otherwise agreed by the party, the amount required to be settled in any debt in a credit agreement, the total of the principal, the accrued interest, the prepayment charge, if any, agreed between the borrower, other fees and charges payable by the borrower, and all that. Next is collateral registry. We are also under the law. What are we? What is the collateral registry? We saw the documentary. The law gives us, the law establishes the collateral registry at the Bank of Ghana. And here are our functions. Number one, to register security interest. And I made us understand that security interest simply means the kind of encumbrance a lender may put on your assets by virtue of the credit you've actually gone into. And the law has given all forms of assets except the ones that were exempted. So you will see that people are using their livestock, their cattle farm. Some areas that we go to, you see mud houses. You see, you can think of any kind of assets, which are now being used, accepted by lenders because of this framework. So once you approach the lender and they are comfortable and they know that this is there, they will be ready to do so based on the underlying practices that they have. The second one is to keep and maintain the register for security interest in collateral. So we have a platform that keeps that whole data set, and then platform for the conduct of searches, and then other functions performed by the bank. Now, the lenders who grant this facility are mandated by law to register their interest in the assets that have been pledged as collateral. And that is where the balance comes in. So when you are able to access the credit, they must register that interest in that asset that has been pledged as collateral. They must do that within 28 days after the creation of that charge. A borrower who enters into that credit is deemed to have notified the lender. So the moment you enter the credit agreement with the lender, you are deemed to have given the lender the consent to register with the Bank of Ghana. That means you have given the lender the consent to notify us on our system. Now, when a lender fails to do this, they are also bound to be sanctioned by the Bank of Ghana. They are also supposed to pay a stamp duty. And then when a lender goes ahead to register something fraudulently, the law also deals with them. Now, your registration or the registration by the credit party or the lender becomes effective from the day and time it is acknowledged at the registry. We mentioned that everything is electronic. Whatever you are doing there is like the lenders are doing with our asset is all online. So they log in, they create it. The moment they create their interest in your asset, automatically the system acknowledges receipts. And when it's done, it becomes effective until they discharge. This is one of the key areas we'll be talking about very, very soon. Now, despite Section 22, a security interest created by a credit agreement is effective between the borrower and the lender without registration. When the lender elects not to register, the agreement between the borrower and the lender is still effective, but not against third parties. So it means that a third party could still use your assets and go and register, and they can become first or third against the party who failed to register their interest. Now, when the lenders do this, they are required to give a copy of that certificate to you within 15 days, not 15 working days. Because the system is electronic, they get a certificate instantly. So the moment they are done, within 15 days, they must give you a copy. So when you go in for such transactions, please insist that they give you a copy that they have actually done the registration with the Bank of Ghana. Next, they are not supposed, or the law says that a security interest in your property shall not operate as a transfer of title from the borrower to the lender. So it's just a mere interest they have in your assets. It's not supposed to be a transfer of title. That is what the law says. So if I'm bringing an asset like my house for a loan, it should just operate as you have an interest in my house to the tune of amount I took from you. And it's not supposed to operate as a transfer of title. It's not a purchase agreement. If you are selling your house to the bank for money, that is different. But if it is on the account of a credit transaction, it should just operate as such. Keep your house in your name. Keep your car in your name. Can you imagine if you have a business and you are going for credit, and by virtue of the credit agreement, the institution is now saying transfer ownership in your company to my name before we give you the loan? I don't know how most of us will now be able to continue with our businesses. And that is why the law is saying that it should simply operate as a security interest and nothing more or nothing less. It shouldn't be a transfer of title kind of operation. And that is what this means. The next one, which I hint earlier on, is that when they register the interest, the lenders register interest, they must discharge when you are done paying. This is also very key. Your asset was placed on the register for maybe 1 year. You are done servicing the loan. You want to probably go for a loan elsewhere other than the bank you took the facility from. They must go into the system and discharge their interest in your asset. What we mean is that they must release. So what is the law saying? A lender shall discharge or call the discharge of a registration where, number one, obligations under the credit agreement has been fulfilled, the lender consents to release whole and part, the collateral has been sold or retained, the debt has been settled, collateral has been redeemed, or maybe it was entered wrongly. All these things are things that can trigger the release of the asset. They are required to do so within 5 days. So the moment you finish paying, within 5 days, you should see a certificate that your facility has been discharged from the collateral registry system. We will show you how you can conduct a search yourself. So when the lenders do the registrations and they are done, and then you get a certificate, after maybe your period, you can go and check whether your facility has been discharged by conducting a search. When you conduct a search and you still see it there, that means that the interest is still active. But when you conduct a search and it's no longer there, it means that your interest has been discharged, and you can now request for a copy of the certificate. So other than that, a borrower may demand in writing that the lender complies with this. If the lender within 5 days fail, you can now go to court and then carry on the processes. The law talks to it about that. That the lender shall give a copy to the borrower, as I mentioned, and then we give you a copy of the memorandum of release of debt for that as well. And I mentioned the search right now. You don't need to have any reason to conduct a search. We'll show you a quick video of how searches are conducted. So any one of us here with any internet-enabled device on your phone, when we are done with this, you will see how you can conduct a search. Perhaps you might not even know that the house you are staying in has been collateralized. And before you realize, that is what you've been used for your business. And then the next time, there's some people that have come that please evacuate this building, take all your goods away. At least if you are getting into such credit transactions, conduct a search to find out where you are even going in. Is it okay? I don't know if somebody has been a victim of such before. You've gone in, you've entered into a business, you put all your money into such building. Before you realize, the building is now under contention because maybe the landowner has used that building as a collateral. You can conduct a search to also find out about that. So the search results released by the registry shows the existence or absence of the registration. You shall not use the search results obtained from us to malign or cause willful injury against any borrower or interested party. And then if you are fined with that, there are penalties that can go against you. And then I mentioned about our obligations. I'm moving on to some of the recovery options that the law makes room for. We mentioned some of these ones. We don't expect that the worst should happen, which is a default. You've gone into a loan, you want the business to go on well, you want everything to be fine, but then for some reason, a default occurs. You also need to be aware what the law makes room for the default provisions. The first thing is that in the event of a default, the lender shall give a notice to you, to the borrower, in writing to request the borrower to pay the amount due. So we know some of the lenders may not even write. They must write to you and demand that you pay within the amount within 30 days after the date of receipt. So you must also receive it, and then from that day it starts counting. The next thing is that if the goods are perishable, by default, what I mentioned initially refers to assets which are non-perishable. So if I'm trading maybe in cars, and I use the car as a collateral, and then for one way or the other I default, and I'm being notified, the lender must give me 30 days according to this provision here, because the car is what? Is non-perishable. If it is perishable, upon the notice and the receipt, immediately they can now go into what? Enforcement. And we need to know this one. How they can deliver to us, the mode of delivery of the notice by the lender shall be by hand, personally, by courier service, by a registered bill, or any other means as agreed upon by the lender and the borrower in the credit agreement. So please, let's take time to read the credit agreements very well, know what is in there, so that when we are entering into any agreement, we can know what means of default they can serve us because of the last option. But other than that, hand delivery is there, courier, registered mail, and all others are there. Remedies again on the lender. When they do all this, and then where the borrower fails to pay the amount outstanding or make satisfactory arrangement to pay the outstanding amount to the lender may, in order to enforce its right, do three things. It's optional. Number one, they can sue us. So this is a first option to them. Number two, where the facility is registered with the Collateral Registry, they can come through the Collateral Registry without initiating proceedings in court. And the third one is they can appoint a receiver or manager. So these are the avenues that, if perhaps you are also in a form of credit arrangement, you also advances goods on credit, you should also take note of these ones as well. That these are also mechanisms available for your recourse in the event of a default. Realization without court order, where a lender elects to realize the security interest without initiating proceedings in court, the lender shall register the notice. So they just don't start. After the initial registration, they must keep on notifying us with the demand notice. They must also notify us with their intention to enforce. And then when all requirements are met, there's a whole documentation process. The memorandum of no objection certificate is advanced to them to be able to enforce their rights. And it is valid until the collateral is sold, retained, or the debt is settled by the borrower. And this is a copy of the memorandum of no objection certificate. Then the lender can also take possession. There's a way by which, you see, what we are talking about, the law has made provisions for everything that has to be done. They can't just wake up and do anything, or a lender cannot just get up and do anything. They have to go by the provisions in the law. So right of a lender to possession. Where a lender realizes security interest in accordance with this paragraph, the lender may take possession of the collateral or render the collateral unusable without removal. The second, the lender has right to take possession of the property that is subject to security interest, and that lender may enforce their right without initiating proceedings in court. A lender is not required to give notice to the borrower before repossession or rendering the collateral unusable. And they can also now also go in for warrants. What is the warrant procedure. Where a lender is unable to enforce a right in possession in a peaceable manner, the lender may, upon a warrant issued by the court, employ the police services to use and then take possession of the collateral, evict borrower, if we are looking at an immovable asset. The next one is that where a borrower received the notice of an application made by the lender, you can now make provisions to cure this. Let's look at them. By the lender to a court for a warrant to be issued for the purpose of removal of the collateral, evicting the borrower, or any person in the possession, that borrower may, within 8 days after the receipt, object to the request by giving evidence to the court that, number one, full payment has been made. So sometimes you may have instances where the lender may come in and say that, oh, you have defaulted, but then you can give reasons that you have made full payment. The default did not occur, or the default has not also occurred, or the default has not been cured, or the default has been cured, or the default has not what? Occurred. At this point, I want to pause a while. Can I pick just one question? Maybe just one question. Just one question, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I think my question was around the realize the security interests of collateral without initiating proceedings in court. Can you clarify what that means, please?
Okay, all right. So that is where the collateral registry comes in. So I'm just picking one question. The other question, please, let's put them down. We'll come to it. So when the lender elects to register the interest by which they are supposed to do with the collateral registry, and they follow through all the processes, and then there's a default in that process, according to the provisions here, they can effect that enforcement without the need of initiating proceedings in court. How do they do that? They have to go through the Bank of Ghana process and enforce their right in that asset. So that is what this means. So where registered under this act, realize the security interest in the collateral without initiating proceedings in court. So the first option is the court process. The second option is you can start a process with the collateral registry, and the rest follows thereafter. Please, I hope that's clear for you. Okay.
To add to what Stephen said, the point is telling us that upon default, a lender can come for your collateral without going to court. And there's a procedure that the lender will go through, which is stated in the Act. So if you look in the Act, it will tell you that when there's a default, Stephen mentioned it, the lender will send you a demand notice. If it is not a perishable good, the lender would have to wait for a minimum of 30 days. After 30 days, the lender can come back onto our system and initiate proceedings for the lender to receive the memorandum of no objection to come after the collateral that has been pledged for the credit. So then again, there's no court process. The lender comes to the collateral registry through our system and produces the required documentation, key of which will be the fact that the demand notice has elapsed, the 30 days has elapsed, there's a contract underlining the credit, and so we would look through the documents that the lender has presented, and if it meets our requirement, the collateral registry, again through the system, will issue the memorandum of no objection, which Stephen showed how it looked like. And once the lender has that memorandum of no objection, he or she is empowered to come after the collateral. Is it clear?
So just to wrap up, and then now that I can see the momentum for the question has come in, we'll wrap up quickly, and then we can pick all our questions So this realization process is what we've started. So the questions you are asking feeds right into here. The lender shall realize the collateral by auction, public tender, private sale. The price at which the collateral is supposed to be sold determined by independent valuer. The notice of the sale, they must notify you. So this is just giving us the processes they have to follow. They must notify the borrower, the debtor, any person who has a registered interest, any other person who has given notice, and then distribution of the proceeds. They must also go through that. So here, a lender who realizes collateral under section 66 shall apply the proceeds of the sale in the following order: the reasonable costs and expenses of the sale, reasonable legal expenses, satisfaction of the debt, and then any remaining proceeds of the sale after satisfaction of the debt and other obligations by the security interests of the lender shall be paid to the borrower. So when all the legal expense and everything has been paid off, they can now make the expenses or the payment, the balance back to the borrower. So this is my last but one slide. The Bank of Ghana had the function to do all this, and then we made mention of one of which empowers us to do that. This is just a quick note of how data comes in terms of the assets which are being used. So thank you very much for your time and your attention. Okay. So I would, at this point, want to quickly play the search video for us to have a look, and then we can transition into our Q&A.
One-third were concessional loans. And there's been a rise, albeit still modest in official statistics, of non-traditional donors, including China and the Gulf states. This set of facts taken together forms the backdrop for the current aid cuts. When we look at who is exposed, the picture is stark. Low-income and fragile and conflict-affected states are facing the largest reductions in aid relative to GDP. And humanitarian aid has been particularly hard hit. Initial estimates suggest that humanitarian aid fell 42% in 2025 alone. Again, this is just the first wave.
Countries have experienced aid reduction in the past, but those episodes were different. They were more predictable, country-specific, and isolated. Aid was reduced because a country grew richer or because a large project ended. And governments had the time to adjust. And rarely, cuts were affecting several countries at the same time.
This time is different. The cuts are large, simultaneous, and donor-driven, affecting nearly
to conduct a search on the Collateral Registry website. Open your Google browser using any internet-enabled device. Search for www.collateralregistry.gov.gh in your address bar. At your home page, locate Search the Registry tab and click on it. Ensure you have obtained a search code by clicking on the Purchase Search Code and following the payment steps there to obtain your 16 to 17 character search code. Visit Search the Registry again and click on the Perform a Search button. Perform your search either by selecting Borrower, Collateral, or Security Interest. By selecting Collateral, enter your collateral ID and click on Submit Search. Enter the search code you obtained via the payment. Click on Get Search Results to obtain your results. You can enter your email address in the address bar to generate the search results in your inbox. ensure you have obtained a search.
So here you make a payment. The search fee is 10 cedis for a search, and it's instant. That's you can use your Momo. So if you want to do maybe 5 searches, you just put in your 50 Ghana cedis, it deducts from your Momo, you get a search code, which doesn't expire. And then you put in the details, so we can now continue with it.
Code by clicking on the purchase search code and following the payment steps there to obtain your 16 to 17 character search code. Visit.
So you come back again to the search page. Yes, we can continue.
Search the registry again and click on the perform a search button. Perform your search either by selecting
we have 3 main options: borrower, collateral, security interest. When you use the borrower information, your intention is to try and find out any person who might have gone in for a facility for which a collateral was used. And then if you use the collateral option, it means your emphasis is trying to look at a search on the asset itself, which is what normally we recommend. So you can go to can continue for me.
Collateral or security interest. By selecting collateral, enter your collateral ID.
So what you see here
on
is a collateral for which we are using the chassis number. So the vehicle's chassis number was put there. So if you're even going to buy a car, you can get the chassis number of the car, put it there, and find out whether the car has not been used as a security interest. And then it can guide your decision. So we can end by
submit search. Enter the search code you obtained via the payment. Click on Get Search Results to obtain your results. You can enter your email address in the address bar to generate the search results in your inbox.
All right. So at this point, I want to switch into our Q&A. Can we have the first person with their question? Yes, please. All right, sir. Okay.
That was an excellent presentation. How many of you were able to at least visit the link? That's awesome. A clap for yourselves. Awesome. We would like to see the analytics, and then you give us a prize for being the highest to visit your site today. But we'd like to encourage you to go to the next level of actually trying 10 cedis per, and then go in there and try it. Have an experience with the site so that when you go to your bankers, you can tell them you know, and then you tell them to go check it out, right? So at this moment, we'd like to help each table to reflect for a minute, come out to the questions for clarity. Because I remember our speaker said, we want to clarify and we bring transparency to this process. So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. We know we have a lot of questions. We will have 5 rounds of questions, 3 questions per batch. So may the first 3 questions, can you show by hand for first 3 questions? Excellent. We have lots of questions today. Ikea, we're going to have fun, aren't we? All right. So please, can we see your... Yes, we have a CEO asking the first question. That's great. Second person? Okay, one man, one lady. Okay, you asked the question already. So let's take another person. Yes. All right. So 1, 2, 3 established. The next one we'll call, please. So let's invite Mr. Seth Akwawa, CEO of AGI. A round of applause for him.
So thank you. My question relates to the release of the assets by the lender. You mentioned a discharge of interest in the asset, but you mentioned that it could be partial.
Yes.
Do I have the understanding that if you have pledged an asset which is way higher in value than what you have borrowed, part of it could be released for you to register for another asset? In other words, to give you an example, if your asset is valued, say 1 million Ghana cedis, and the loan you took is 100,000, meanwhile the asset is one item, it could be, say, a property, a house.
Okay.
And the interest of the lender in that asset is just the 100,000 is given.
Yeah.
You have 900,000 as a gap.
Yes.
Can another lender come in to take parts of that asset as collateral? That's my first question.
Okay.
My second question relates to the level of legitimacy or the asset registration. What asset can be registered for collateral? If it is landed property, do you need to have all the documents before you can register? What is the stage of documentation before you can register? And the last one is just a comment.
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering if it is fair for the lender alone to appoint the valuer to determine the value of your assets. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much. That's a very great question. Let's try and answer the first two, since the last one was a comment. So the value of in fact, the question you asked is in two folds. By using your assets, what this regime is trying to promote is for you to be able to use one asset to access multiple sources of credit. So if I am a lender and you bring an asset which is worth maybe 1 million Ghana cedis, and I've just taken 100,000, it means I have 900,000 worth more of the assets. By the operations of these provisions here, you are permitted to visit another institution for credit. This does not even bring in the need for any discharge. That first institution must just register their interest of just 100,000 in your asset. That is all. You are also permitted to go to another institution and use that same asset as collateral. Now, the onus is on the second institution or the third institution or the fourth institution to now conduct a search. Find out, oh, the asset is worth 1 million. This institution has the first priority. I'm coming as second priority. And then that's the process. The discharge may come in for partial release if perhaps the loan you went in for maybe 100,000. You brought in 4 assets. One is worth 20,000. It's maybe a car. Another is worth maybe 50,000. Together is giving you like 90,000. And then you added another asset, making it maybe 120,000. In the course of the repayment, you've paid maybe half. You can approach the lender and say, oh, I've paid more than half of the loan. Can you discharge your interest in the car? So that is where the release of part comes in. So they can now release their interest in the car. Then you can now use that same vehicle to go for loan elsewhere, because your interest, the interest that was registered in that car has now been what? Released. So that is the whole concept, to help ensure that borrowers can access a loan from multiple sources, or even sometimes from the same institution. A loan is running, the first contract had the car and all those things. You've run it for a number of times. You want to access another credit. They can now discharge your interest in this one and then give you another loan. Using that same collateral again, they now register because they've discharged it under the first one. And then your second question was, pardon me, did we write it down? Yes, so the asset, as we listed them there, you don't need to have the assets registered, perfected and all that. It is actually based on, that is why you mentioned, based on the lender's underlying risk practices. So what we see from where we sit as referees is that some institutions, when you get there, all they also want to do, they also want to advance the credit. So if they're able to determine that this asset belongs to you, they will be ready to advance the credit to you. So I mentioned things like mad houses, which are being used as collateral in certain parts of the country. There's no, all they know is that in the area, everybody knows that this house belongs to this person. Once you're able to give them that comfort, the law gives room for that. So from where the law sits, it allows for all those things. But some institutions will also make sure that you follow through the due processes of making sure that the land is perfected and all that before they decide to accept it. All right, let's take the third one, appointment of an individual. This one is by law. Currently, the law makes room for the lender. It actually gives the lender a bit of comfort to be able to appoint an independent valuer. In the previous law, it was a little gray, but in the current law, that is where it is. So I think for that, I don't know if we would want to address it here now. But it's a matter of law now that the lender is the one permitted to appoint the independent valuer in the event of a default and the valuation of the assets. What if there's a disagreement? Well, this is a very practical question. If I'm called to be a judge to sit on this matter, it may certainly call for a revaluation or a reappointment of a different valuer. For instance, if I have a house at East Legon, and I know my house is worth maybe 100 million Ghana cedis, and then for the sake of you intending to sell the asset quickly to take your 100,000, you now value the asset at maybe a lower rate so that you can quickly sell it. I can simply put, litigation and all those things to ensure that the asset is valued well. And of course, such valuation can be, and before the loan was granted, the valuation of the asset was done. So certain assets appreciate over time. Some too will depreciate over time. So those discussions, I believe, can be held, and I believe if the judge comes through, you arrive at a very conclusive value of the assets to ensure that the asset is not sold at your detriment. All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, let me add a little to CEO. This is a very good question. This provision, I remember when we engaged the judges, the High Court judges, was it in November? Yes, this issue came up. All right. It can bring a lot of acrimony as to why should the lender appoint, a valuer. So we are looking at this provision. All right, maybe moving forward, we have to take a second look at this. The judges came out with a suggestion as to what we should do. Although when we were drafting this, we did it with them, but it's okay. It's now almost 6 years since the law was passed. So this is one particular issue we are looking at. All right, and we believe that they have an association. The Association of Ghana Institute of Surveyors, yes. So it's not like an individual valuer sitting somewhere who the lender will connive with, but they're supposed to contact this association. Okay, I believe they are a very credible association, and they will do the right thing. So basically, that's the spirit. But with that said, we are taking a second look at this particular provision. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want some clarity and then my question. You said that anyone who gives credit is a lender, or yes. And I'm sure most of us here do give credit, and public institutions, government agencies. Can we register our interest in a public or government property?
All right, thank you very much. So as far as the provisions here are concerned, if you give credit and there's an asset that is used to secure that credit and changes the credit from just being a simple credit to a secured credit, then that asset, by virtue of the written credit agreement, irrespective of who the owner is, has to be registered. So the law does not say that this asset belongs to government, non-government, so it should be no. Irrespective of who the owner is, the asset ought to be what? Registered. So I believe that answers your question. So for your case where you are a creditor and you've now been aware of this one, you can now engage. We can help you, get you on board, and then such credit transactions you can also register and make use of the provisions here. All right. One. Hey, you are there already.
All right. My name is Frank Kabwaje. I want to find out, some banks, they are fan of transferring the assets into their names at the Lands Commission before granting the loan to the client. So if it happens like that, now you said it is not necessary to transfer the assets or the title. Yeah. So in this case, if a financial institution do that, can I report that financial institution to the Collateral Registry or what?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have a department that handles those reports. They are not supposed to. So is it financial stability or financial stability? Yes. So there's a department, but once you get to us, we can let you get in touch with them to report the institution who is doing that transfer. So there's a department. We are here as Bank of Ghana. So we have various departments and the mandate. So our department that handles that report will let you send it report to them, and then they can take it up with the institution. We have a directive on that, actually, on the non-transfer, this prohibition of certain practices when the law came in. So it's well noted. All right. Yes, please.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Harry Carter, SENSITISATION. I have a question about, now, we're all talking about borrowing, but on the other side of borrowing, you have to pay that money back, right? Yes. So if I'm a young person that have an idea to start a business, I have the collateral, someone left me land or whatever. Once I start that business, how long, or is there a grace period to develop that business before we have to start paying it back?
Wow. Thank you. This is a very deep and great question. So you have an asset, you started a business, you've gone in for credit, and then you know that there's a grace period by which you can now start seeing profit out of your business. So your question is that, is there a grace period? I think this is very institution specific. From little information, I know some institutions have certain product they sell. Come in for a facility, start paying in a year's time. I can talk of some few institutions and certain people who have had access to that. So what we may probably recommend is that you may have to now find out from which institution and which products they have that can help best meet your need. But I know some of them have certain products that you come in for the facility. I think some happen even during the COVID season, where some credit facilities were deferred to be paid maybe in a year or 2 times. So you have time to build capacity before you can now go in. But then the moment you go in and you now have the assets and that transaction goes through, then this provision now kicks in and you can now start your repayment from there. So I recommend we have about 23 banks, a number of microfinance. We have some of the savings and loans rural banks. You can probably engage them and then see how any of them will be ready to take in that offer, knowing the kind of potential they can see in the business. And then I believe they can take it up from there. All right. Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So my question relates to documentation and also the definition of credit agreement. My understanding is that the facility, when granted, in itself does not create a security or a collateral for the lender. And so if we are looking at movable property or immovable property, we will need further documentation. For instance, a mortgage over a landed property or debenture over other movable assets of the company. Now, in terms of registration with the Collateral Registry, what exactly constitutes the date for the creation of the security interest? Is the security interest created when the security documents, in this case, the mortgage agreement or the debenture is executed? Or it is when the facility agreement is executed? And I ask this because the definition of a credit agreement, as you projected, covered both the documents that creates a security interest and then the credit facility agreement. So for purposes of registration, when is the security interest creation date?
Okay. I think this is a very long debate. That's why I'm smiling. I'm just looking out for who's to pass the microphone to. Okay. All right. So to our best of knowledge, what the moment you enter into that credit agreement and then the mortgage is created, a security interest is more or less, you can create a security interest even without having to have disbursed the facility. So I could create an interest in your assets and still be ready to register it. And I believe that would help answer your question in the regard that the moment the facility agreement is executed, by provision and the spirit behind this law, that date is what you should go in and then register, irrespective of when probably the other additional documents would now be created. Because you are now telling everybody that you have an interest in the assets. I know where you might want to take this one. We can pick it up probably when we are done, but this is just a quick summary answer I can give you just to help you understand it. But for what we are picking here, all intent and what we are picking here, we want to see the credit agreement date or the facility agreement as you use it, captured here as your interest date. There are discussions to bring in all the other forms of dates in the system for capturing purposes and to know what is really happening. But for now, we pick the agreement date as you have it. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Okay. Hello, my name is Catherine Kroboduse, and my company name is Eden Tree. And I agree when you say that a lot of us are lenders. Now I understand that a building is not movable, a car is, so one can use a car. But here is the situation where we lend to retailers. And it's invoices. So how can I register invoices?
All right. So there are a number of security interests that can be created over various forms of assets, both tangible and intangible. So it is possible your interest could be on the account receivables. I'm just giving you what could be used as collateral. It could also be on the stock of goods, the goods in trade. They could also be collateral. We've seen instances where garages have gone for facilities from lenders to purchase cars, and the cars are what they are selling. But the cars are the same, the car were what was used in the credit agreement as collateral. The thing is that the asset which is to be used as collateral must be specified. So as to whether it is the asset which was purchased or whatever, that asset can be used. In your case, we've seen containers and then the stock of goods also being used as collateral. In the past, you could see a lot of people registering their interest in stock of goods without a container. But now some trend is also coming where the one who is giving off the facility will now register their interest in the stock of goods and the container. So that in the event of a default, if the stock of goods are not there, they can enforce their right in the container, because sometimes the container may even worth more than the assets in the container. Or you stand a right of at least getting something out of what was lost in the process. So this is, I believe, answers your question. I don't know. Yes, so let me
Okay, yes, this is a very good answer, Stephen. Just to add a little to it. As a lender or as a lending institution, when you are granting a secured credit, the question you should ask yourself is, when all is said and done, would I be able to realize my interests in the event of a default? So whatever you are accepting, you should bear in mind that the credits or the facility can go wrong, and would I, as a lender, be able to recover my interest by either taking possession of the asset or even selling that asset? If the answer is yes, you are good to go. If the answer is no, think again. Thank you very much.
All right. Our next.
Thank you. I'm Gifty Rodo.
Okay, Gifty.
Yes. I'm in the poultry sector.
Okay.
And have, I'm glad Bank of Ghana is here, and also the credit, is it the facility, the bureau you've opened, the registry. That's a great milestone Ghana has achieved, and even the neighboring countries are learning from Ghana. That's great. But I'm thinking it would have been great if you could go further as Bank of Ghana to think about industries, the interests of industries. The industries are the engine of, growth for our economy. For instance, my industry as poultry sector, our interest, the credit interest is so high that we are not able to compete with others. And I know it's not just poultry, other industries as well is affected. And so if Bank of Ghana could maybe go and strategize again together with the government to see how best you can actually assist industries to be able to compete at the global level. Because we are, it's like the banking sector has been structured to favor the total buy and sell. If you go to the bank and you apply for facility, if it is a total, you are coming with 20 containers. They calculate it's 1 cedi per container. I'll be able to get such and such. Quickly they release it. But if you want facility for industry, that is that is going to create jobs in the long terms. But we think about short terms, what quick can we get? And so this is where I am so glad Bank of Ghana is here, and that you can actually go and re-strategize to put Ghana somewhere, because even after the free continental agreement that we have is, Ghana will spearhead it, but may not benefit it, because others are prepared and they are willing to give their people interest rate of 3% to come and play in the same environment with 26, with 25. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can clap for her. Wow. All right. Can we take the next question?
Hey everyone, Nakia Carter again, Sister Tech. Very quick.
Yes.
Slides.
Okay.
Including the slide for the assets that were up. Are we going to get those? That one? Yeah. Are we going to get a copy of those slides and the copy of the slides that you presented today?
Okay. Yes. Yes, we'll get the slides.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the search portal,
yes,
we realize that we have the borrower, the collateral, and the security interest.
Okay.
And then you said that between the borrower and the collateral, you recommend the collateral search. Could you please highlight the key differences or the generation of the results when you search with a borrower, a security interest, and collateral?
All right. Thank you very much. So I made mention that there are 2 key parameters out of the 3 parameters you can conduct a search with. Now, the emphasis at the collateral registry is on the collateral. So when you are doing any search with us, your focus should be on the collateral, because we have other places where you can conduct a search on borrowing, who has gone for credit and all that. But the emphasis here is on the assets which has been pledged as collateral. Now, how we have made that possible is that you can use the borrower to do a search, but your intention is on the assets related to it. Now, when you use the borrower to do a search, what do we mean? Somebody is coming for credit from me. That person is a potential borrower who might have used his assets as what? As security. So this is what we are referring to. So what we permit now is that you can use the name and or the ID, be it the Ghana card. In the past, other IDs were accepted. Then you conduct a search with the name. The intention and the results you are going to see is that any related records which has not been discharged, which was ever registered, that has a security interest attached, bearing that name that you entered, whether an institution or an individual, the results will show. So it is possible you can put maybe John Mensah something, and you will see maybe 20 John Mensahs. Your focus on those John Mensahs is simply on the assets that are related to the records that have shown for you. But then the search has been done in such a way that many of us may not have so much details about certain assets, so you want to do a search on the person. And Ghana, our culture works that hardly will you see a third party using somebody's asset as collateral for most of the transactions. Oftentimes, the borrower is the same as the asset owner in most cases. So technically, when you do a search with maybe a name like this, you are technically looking for credit transactions the person has gone for which his assets might have been used. Now, the collateral option, which is like our main focus, has two options: collateral ID and asset owner. When you select the collateral ID, your intention is to use the identifier on the assets. If it's a vehicle, chassis number is okay, registration number if the car is registered. If it's a land, you have the land title certificate number, it can be used. You have the name on the site plan, it can be used. If it's a company, the company certificate of incorporation number, all those things, it can be used. But we realize that there are instances where the assets that you have in your possession doesn't have any unique identifier. So somebody has used a stock of goods as collateral. How do you conduct a search on it? Obviously, the identifier for such an asset will be the owner. So we have an option for asset owner. So when you now select asset owner, you are still searching on the asset, but the identifier you are using is the owner that helps you to identify the asset, which is one of the things we brought in not too long ago with the hope and intention that once we build enough data on this, you can just pick any asset, and once you know who the owner or the owners have been, you can easily find the asset without having to worry about any other ID. So if I have someone's company and I know the person I've gone, I just pick the name, I put it at this place, and I should be able to find the collateral that relates to that transaction. And that is why. So if you put a name here, the result under the collateral session might be different from the results from the borrower session. Why? It is possible that you find a John Mensah who has gone for a loan but used an asset that did not belong to him, or you could find a John Mensah here that is an asset owner, which is different from a borrower that has gone for a facility who is also called what? John Mensah. So I believe that helps answers your question. The last option is for verification. When you do a registration with us, we give you a code. It starts with a year, a dash, and a number, which is the security interest. So when you get a certificate from anywhere, you want to confirm with us that it's actually from us, you can pick the number on it, put the number here, and do the search. So oftentimes the courts and all that, they are able to use that to do the search. So the only time you can use this side is when you have access to that security interest number, and you can now confirm the details. If you do, you put a number there, and the details no longer shows, it means that that facility has now been discharged. You can write to us and we can pull it from the archives and then let you have it. Thank you. All right. I think CEO, yes. Last one. Wow. Okay. There's a last one after the last one. So microphone too. Okay.
My name is Angela, and I'm with MGA Consulting Ghana Limited. My question is, let's say I take a loan from you and then use an asset, my asset, as a collateral, and then along the period, I've been able to pay 60% of what I took from you, and for some unforeseen reasons, I can't pay the 40% remaining. How are you going to take back what I owe you? And then how is the value of my assets given to you going to be determined, since some assets, the value of some assets depreciates over time?
All right, so you are looking at, you defaulted, sale has gone on, the asset has been sold. The borrower, the lender is taking an amount. As we mentioned, the lender will take in all the expenses after the sale of that asset. If it's able to cater for all, then good for the lender. If it is not, there are certain provisions for attachment of other assets and all that, because you've paid some, and then the asset has probably depreciated and all that. So maybe you took 100,000, you've paid 60,000, it's left with 40,000, you defaulted. Your asset value has now gone down to maybe 20,000. When they sell your asset, they can still get 20,000 to set off the loan. You'll still be owing them how much left? 20, right? So now it's either you make necessary arrangement to pay the 20, or they may decide to attach another collateral and all that. So those are some of the things that the provisions allow room for.
No.
Or that's not, I've not answered fully.
Despite the value of the asset at the time I was taking the loan from you, is that not what is supposed to be used?
So that's why we mentioned that assets, some depreciate, some appreciate. So that's how come the provisions have made valuing of the assets compulsory even at the time of the sale. That's where the president brought our attention to that. The lender is permitted to appoint an independent valuer, and that is at the point where the asset is now being sold. So at the initial stage where you took the facility, of course, there will be an estimated value. But now that there's a default, there would be another valuation of the asset to now determine the current state. Please, I hope that's clear. Yeah, so that current state, if it now has gone down, then the provisions we mentioned would apply. All right. If it's a back, then the money will come back to you. So if it's a building that's appreciated, when they take the amount, as we mentioned, they're supposed to give you back the balance, which is a very interesting stuff that happened on those fronts as well. So we'll hear from CEO now. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah.
President. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My question relates to members of the association who are young, small businesses, and women in business. They are doing small businesses. They don't have collateral. How is Bank of Ghana helping so that this group can have access to finance to grow their business? Thank you.
Oh. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and well noted. I think one of the key things that this law seeks to address is not only on collateral leg. In fact, from where Bank of Ghana sits, it's not mandating that take collateral. So if you've noticed, most of the discussions we're having was on credit. But if the lender elects to accept credit, the law has also made provision of acceptable, like making room that there's a legal backing that can allow the one with tomatoes on his table to accept that tomatoes and still advance credit to that person. The business, the stock of goods you have, what you have, be able to accept it and still advance credit as a way of a backing that if there's a default, I can come in and realize that perishable facility and still go on. But of course, yes, there's also collateral-free facilities discussions that I believe you've brought on the table, which I know all stakeholders here, I don't know if Godfred will want to touch on the collateral-free leg of some of our discussions. So please, shall we receive my colleague Godfred?
Okay, so thank you very much. Just a little on what you mentioned. So, like Stephen said, this is dealing more on if the bank is actually asking you for collateral. But I think, Mr. President, what I would add is the fact that these startups or small businesses should try and formalize their business in a certain way. And I'm saying this because we are working on a project where banks will rely on cash flow, you understand, so that if those cash flow is properly recorded somewhere, then without a collateral, the bank can look at your cash flow and then take a decision. But here lies the case where these small businesses like to do a lot of things outside a formal way. And so they want to make payments, they want somebody to make payment, and they are always asking for cash. But if you route these payments through the banking system, obviously you are leaving some footprint that the bank can rely on and take a credit decision. And so the advice is that we should make sure to formalize our small businesses. Leave footprints based on the transactions that you're doing. And when these systems become fully operational, there's a footprint, and then a bank will be comfortable to grant you credit based on your cash flow. I hope that also helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I also have a question. First of all, to thank you for your presentation, and then for the assets that you can register. What if I have shares in the business? Is it something that I can register with the registry? Then secondly, certain times, some of our businesses, they go through liquidation. In the event that, I use my business as a collateral and it happens to go through insolvency, how do you treat a case like that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So shares are some of the things that can be used as security or collateral, but this law does not apply to it. So we have another department called the Central Deposit Security, that's CSD, that handles shares which have been collateralized. So there's a whole mechanism around that. So yes, if you have shares in a company, it can be used as security, but that registration or the lender that elects to accept that shares will not have to report it to the collateral registry. They have to register it with CSD. So that's on that front. So the exemptions we mentioned actually means that they can be used, but then this law does not apply to it. So if you have an aircraft, the aircraft can be used as security, but when it comes to things that the law applies to, it is not this provision. There are laws that apply to aircraft that is being used as what? Security interest. So with the ships and the other forms of exemptions we mentioned, like the shares, treasury bill, and all that. Your second question about companies which have been used as collateral and then have undergone liquidation, it's a very interesting. I think some are real cases that we've seen in the past. That's where the bank appointed the receiver and all those things. I think probably after the session we can have a discussion on that one. If some of our team members are here, we'll be glad to share some insights on how such stuff are discussed. But obviously it will mean that the lender will be at the loss in this instance because there's no longer an asset that can be realized. And that's what my boss said. Realizability of an asset is also very key on the part of the lender when they are now going into advanced credits and use a certain kind of asset as security. Some are unforeseen, but then it's all part. Thank you very much. Can we take the one and to talk? Okay. So the last of the last, after the last. Yes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Samira.
Okay.
Okay, this is the situation where I have a property.
Yes, please.
It's a business. Then the building is finished. I need money, a loan, to buy equipment to start. Now, the land I built the property on has a problem with families. It's in.
Hey. So I should bring Lands Commission. Okay.
It's with the Land Commission.
Okay.
And it's been years.
Okay.
Back and forth. They give what they call judgment to go on. The next day, another family member comes.
Wow.
Now, I have applied for. The banks will not give me loan because I don't have a title to the land. But there is a structure on it.
Okay.
A complete structure. In this case, it's a hospital.
Wow.
It's a 6th-floor hospital. What can be done? Because it looks like it's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere.
Lands Commission is not willing to stand in, deal with the people, give at least provisional certificates,
and then
for us to move on. And if nothing is done about it, I'm sure with time the building will deteriorate.
Wow.
So I don't know. What can you?
Wow. So.
And then my the second question is with startup businesses.
Okay.
You find banks following you to become their customer, for you to become their customers, but they will not fund you because you are a startup. So the question is, when do I have to build myself? Then the same bank will come and then say, we want you to be customers, when they could have helped.
Wow.
So
okay.
That's my
I think for your first question
my
it's a whole debate, which we might need to bring Lands Commission in there. But as we mentioned, every bank also go through certain risk profiling. And I want to believe when they are done with their risk profiling, they have to advise their management to see whether they want to off-lend at the back of that security. But the question now too is that they could lend at the back of another asset. But if this is the only asset you want to provide, then they would always go back to finding out whether the risk there is low or high. They don't. I want to believe they want to work against the worst case scenario. Collateral is actually the worst case. We are not expecting everybody to default. But then at the worst case, when the worst case happens, there should be something, it's a risk mitigation method. So if they now know that what they are going to fall on is also problematic, then it means that the onset, they may decide not to go in for it. But that's where my colleague mentioned the cash flow records and all those things. I believe when you approach certain banks with your records and all those things, they may be able to advance credit at the back of something else other than that building. But it may not probably be to the tune that you may be looking for. If it's huge, they may demand certain kinds of assets. Yes. Godfred, you want to? Yes.
I think banks are not the only source of funding for such ventures. And we feel that sometimes we rely so much on the banks, and so when they fail us, we think that's the end. There are other sectors that provide these long-term financing. But you still need a bank guarantee for those venture capitalists. Okay. Okay.
Yes, this is just to add a little to what my colleagues just said. So Samira, I believe you're having these problems because the word search is missing in your discussion. All right. Did you conduct a search at the Lands Commission to find out who the real owners of the? You conducted a search. You dealt with the real owners. They've done what? Okay, so okay. I get it. I get it. It's a very unfortunate situation. This thing can be very draining, you know, yeah. Okay. I'm happy she said she conducted the search, and then, you know, I'm trying to draw your attention to the other search that we are talking about, you know. At the Collateral Registry, it's not about ownership, it's about encumbrance. So before these discussions, we are not aware that we should conduct the search at the Collateral Registry. Now you know. Okay, so you are going to purchase something, a house, whatever property. Please just sacrifice 10 Ghana cedis, not 100 Ghana cedis, not 1,000, 10 Ghana cedis. And then you don't need to physically come to Bank of Ghana, but everything is done as was showed, you know, this morning. So very important, conduct the search. All right. If even you don't get any result at all, it's still a result. It's not only individuals who conduct searches, individuals and lending institutions. The police, yesterday I had a request from the Ghana Narcotics Control Board. They are conducting a search on an individual, on the property. All right. We receive requests also from the law courts. They also conduct searches. So very important. Please take the search, especially for your sake. The search, you know, session. Please imbibe it very well. This is not going to be the end of our discussions. In case you have any other issue or discussions after here, please, our doors are open 24/7. 24/7 meaning it's online. Not that we are there 24/7. No, everything is done online. Okay, so you can always engage us. All right. Thank you very much.
Hello. Pacho, ewiabo me kabrofo a na metie me ya. We dey me send fenche me. Me kasa edikan ekoma me papa chairman. Ene omama koma to me him. Abini abini na mo bisa se na mo jon AGI. Mo bia mo twakwe. Ena me si an se ehun be kekan ntini e de ehun twitwisi. Ene me papa onyankopon onhira. Radema women and top Bank of Ghana so. And someone no capital cassa in an more church than Massier. The Atosumino. Ye will call our Ghana hanging. Oko baby say, Oko Bisa. No more Banomo Becassa. Who will Rexa near ye? Who will Gepa near ye? Who will fire service near ye? Last 2 to 3 years, Grano. Yes, we be the CRS. I'm sorry, General. Now, you call register. Yes, why? Secretary, so sorry. Now, you call said you do an any papa. FDA, you call. You see, you call district 18 years. You register every year. Oh, I know. Okwa, you be bisa when council named Papua. Yeah, my big Mama, Mammy, come asem. A super me soon. Now, me catch me, Mammy Mary, say, ma bemo. Na say, me, ya papa, ya chairman. Bien no, ebisa, ya no mon kola, ya stati bobra. Se Bank of Ghana moye. Na yan so, ya no mon yamon pie, na entumponya. Ni hunya meka. Yes, say Bank of Ghana on the tiatum. Na omaye amaye. Ye don't for ye will make bon kwa baby as some dosso. And so sell nipa ni ba or beshendo nipa. Yes, on ye don't for and son oma a process you said then. Say ye no ya better processing. Ye nyebi. Say ne ye papa akasa Bank of Ghana. Yes, Bank of Ghana. Say funding someone to a makumaso. No more boy na AGI ye dɔɔso ɔman yi mu na Bank of Ghana bɛsɛ tumpɔn ama mo hu sɛ AGI members nimedi a yɛdi ni medasi.
So our last question. Yes, please. Our last question.
Yes, Madam Nyongodo, asema wakani nina no. Atoya sumpa. Discussion be yeah in the office. It came about about a month ago. My colleagues visited Mozambique, and feedback back from Mozambique. Okay, interesting when it comes to those in the agri-business, any farmers, no, we are not doing that well as a country, Ghana. We've resolved to pay attention because those in farming, they also need credit. Okay, now, do they understand the regime, secure transactions regime? The ombetimi are used to assess credit from lending institutions. The answer is no. Very soon, obeti on that front. Very, very soon.
Thank you very much. So our last question.
Okay. My name is Asiwo Mejineku. I'm a training consultant and a former banker also. As AGI members, many of us serve as a connective tissue between policy and enterprise sector. Now, the success of Act 1052 ultimately depends on not just legal awareness, but also building a culture of collateral literacy across Ghana's business ecosystem. Now, is the BOG open to co-designing a structural public-private engagement model? Perhaps piloted through AGI, where certified training providers can deliver standardized collateral registry literacy programs to member businesses, with BOG providing technical backstop and then recognition. So, and if this is possible, what will be the right entry point for this discussion? Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So based on your, I think we've taken note of it. I think we'll engage our management, we'll give you a proper response on that, because it's more of a request. We'll do an evaluation as well. I will plead with you that please, everything, type it out in the evaluation for us. We'll pick it up and we'll give you a response. I think it's a very excellent request. Thank you.
Doc, please, can I ask a question? Sorry, just a little question. Here, please, Doc. You asked me to ask my question. All right. All right.
Before you ask, I went round and I realized there are a lot of questions that, please, can you ask a question for me? Please, we came here and paid all this bill, thanks to Bank of Ghana, for clarification. So please, if you have a question, don't hide. Ask the question. After the event, our Bank of Ghana colleagues will still be here. You can also approach them if you are shy and ask the question. We don't want you to leave this place with doubts and questions in your mind. So please ask all your questions, and we're encouraging you to ask. I'm glad you heard me and you're asking. So let's hear him.
All right, thank you, Doc. My question is, I'm a bit shy, so I can start. So I wanted to find out from the registry that to what extent are they liable for the propriety and the integrity of the information that is used on their platform? All right, because if third-party users are paying and are depending on the authenticity of the data that they use on the platform to make commercial decisions, all right, I don't know whether it is in any other provision in the entire act, or there's any other law that makes them responsible, holding them responsible and accountable for users who depend on the data. Because like any platform, it is virtually garbage in, garbage out, right? So if I make a commercial decision based on what I see there, and it ends up that maybe the source of the information is not authentic, and it is materially detrimental to me, to what extent can I hold the registry responsible? And the second one, just to add to our mother's sentiment, I don't know whether there is any intended collaboration between the registry and organizations like the Ghana Commodity Exchange, because when it comes to farmers, the exchange is running a warehouse receipt system, okay, whereby goods are deposited in the warehouses of the Ghana Commodity Exchange, and then lenders depend on the warehouse receipt to lend to these farmers. So are you working with the GCX and other organizations like BOST and Cocoa Board when it comes to some of these things? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I will touch maybe a little on your first question. I think it's a very great question you asked. There are provisions that deals with when somebody, in fact, the onboarding process we have is very meticulous. What we mean by that is that the institutions, number one, that are onboarded here are institutions that are regulated by the bank. So to even come on board, you have to come through the BOG. That's the first leg. Second leg is they also submit returns. They are the banks and all that. Third, we also train them before we get them on board the platform. And so coming on board set the pace to make sure that the portal is actually made by the bank, but it's not technically for us. It's for the industry. So every financial institution that we regulate, in addition to the non-regulated ones who come on board, go through this process before they get on board the platform. We also go through the two-step verification for users onboarding to make sure that if a user under an institution comes in, they go through the due processes to get on board the platform. Now, if all these things which have been done to get the institution, for one reason or the other, an institution registers, or a lender registers a security interest fictitiously, for what reason, or it's very, very rare. But then I think just recently we had a lender who said that a facility that was supposed to have been registered is no longer there, being that the borrower had gone into discharge. Further interrogation revealed that it was actually the borrower that the lender permitted to register on their behalf. And for that reason, when the default happened, the individual went into discharge. Your question about whether you can work with this data, we'll tell you that you can work with this data because it's coming from the industry. We won't say it's not garbage in, garbage out. It's actually garbage in, garbage out. But then the garbage in, garbage out happens in a controlled environment where the lenders go through the various processes. They go through their loan books. They make sure their institutions, users go through, and they register their interest with the Bank of Ghana. The fields and the system we have there too have also been designed to make sure that you capture the data as per the required field. If you don't meet certain conditions, you can't capture it. There are plans in place to make sure we do API integrations to connect and pick data directly and all those things. All these things are to make sure that process, and then the system also go through a dual authorization. So an importer does the key in, and then somebody does the authorization. So if it goes to an extreme that a bank is able to connive and put your asset in the system, there's a provision in the law that deals with that institution who goes into fictitiously register that facility. So if you have an asset and somebody goes in to use as collateral, for some reason it was registered and the bank, I mean, you can just imagine, I'm thinking how a bank will go to that extreme to do all those things. But then we also have a disclaimer that the information you find there is as registered by the parties. So we also have a disclaimer because we are a referee in the leg. We help the lenders come on board, we help the borrowers come on board, and then we give the football field, everybody play. But then we also have to make sure we issue a disclaimer on the data set that you receive from us.
Yeah, so a quick addition. Yes, you are right, perfectly right. You know, an individual, as we learned this morning, the definition of a lender has changed. Okay, me and you, we come under this law. You don't necessarily have to be a registered lender. Now, so you can be in your house and just enter anything. Oh, come on, everybody will be fine until there's a problem. Once there's no problem, Ghana, we will not see. You know, mind you, the system we are operating is what we call notice filing mode of registration. Okay, where, you know, lending institutions, or what we call registrants, you extract the salient features of whatever instrument is creating that particular document, and then you register, you throw it in. Okay, so you'll be fine. This as against the document registration. Some countries still do document registration where registrants take the agreement to registry, collateral registry, register it for me. All right, so you can register, you can put in anything. You'll be fine until there's a problem. And problem being that there's a legal issue. That's when you realize your problems will begin. For the regulated financial institution, we don't have a problem at all, because they know the penalties they will suffer by feeding Bank of Ghana with wrong information. That in itself is a big thing. All right, our issue has to do with those who are not regulated, like me and you, who are not regulated by Bank of Ghana. Those who are regulated under SEC, you know, SEC, they also have some institutions, so we collaborate with them. They are also on their, you know, on the institutions they regulate. All right, so basically that's so. Yes, the law recognizes the fact that yes, there might be instances where people enter wrong information, but the liability is on the lending institution or the registrant to make sure you put in the right data. If you don't do it, let me emphasize, you'll be fine. Pray that there's no problem. But once there's a problem, that's when you realize that the law works in Ghana. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All too soon. We've come to the end of the questions. We have just one more question, but before that, I think we have to give a big clap to our friend. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I must say that I was just looking at all of us and I realized that our eyeballs are wide open. We are alert. We are encouraged by what we are hearing. And I think if they ask us to even stay up to 6, we are ready to do that. The questions are a lot. But we are grateful that we've had this forum and platform to ask these critical questions. Before I ask Mr. President to give us our last question, I'd like to ask one small question. Do we think there's been a mindset shift since we started? If you agree, can I see your hand up? Mindset shifts. But I'm going to ask somebody, what to you is that mindset shift from what we are hearing this morning, all the presentations?
For me, it's just having actually the knowledge of what's going on, because there's a lot of programs and money around, but not a lot of information telling you exactly what that means and how you can access it and where to go and who to talk to. So, yeah, that's my mindset.
Thank you. A clap for her. One gentleman. What is that one mindset shift that has happened today? So critical, we know. So the Bank of Ghana will know that indeed, for the investment they've made, something has happened. Yes.
Please. So what I have learned is that I do not need to own a property or have a car or anything, but I could use my assets and then I could get borrowing. Thank you.
Awesome. I think that is correct. That now I know that everyone agrees that there are other things you can use to access credits. Now, I had a question I was talking to my colleague about. What about IP? Can you register your IP in this registry as a way to do that? I don't know. It's a question. Let's now go to our final question from Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my National Treasurer, for the good work you are doing. I would say it is not a question, but since we are discussing borrowers and lenders, I want Bank of Ghana, even though they have made a promise that they are looking into my question of how they can support the youth, women in business and small businesses to access finance. If they can really, he said they are looking into it, and very soon, if they can bring forward their soon, that would be very, very helpful, because I don't know what soon means, whether it's tomorrow, next week, week after, I don't know, because there's no job, no white-collar jobs these days. One has to find something to do to survive. And if you're a fresh graduate and you want to start something, you need capital to start whatever you want to do. And if your parents are not well-to-do, you cannot have the money anywhere. So we need to help such people, and also the ladies who are doing small businesses, to really access the finance. Sometimes the money they need is not much. Some are 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. And these ladies are keeping families, paying school fees, etc. If we can help them to access finance in a way without providing security, and if there's a protection that they can be offered to them, it will really help in a great way to even reduce unemployment in this country. For example, if you look at all these fruit juices we are taking, most of the fruit juices you find in parties, funerals, are all done by small-scale processors. They buy the fruit, pineapple, orange, put it together, and they are able to be in small businesses. Every weekend they get something. But they don't just have the working capital. So we need your help. If we can put in something very quickly, a policy where the banks will really be asked to provide credit to these members, I'll really be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Mr. Bank of Ghana, would you want to bring the very soonest?
Mr. President, well noted. Thank you very much. There are obviously so. There are a couple of things coming up, but I wouldn't want to talk about them here. Now, you hear from us, especially women in business. All right, we are collaborating with ADB, not ADB here, but African Development Bank, to roll out a couple of programs. So please, you hear from us. Okay, right.
Thank you, Mrs. Yama. Let's give it to him. Thank you so much. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the chair for the MSME. Can you please be upstanding, and then just let's hear your voice briefly.
Good afternoon. The president has already spoken, so I think, and we've had a long day, but just to appreciate all of you for taking time off your busy schedule to be here, and to thank the Bank of Ghana for also collaborating with us. We look forward to extending this insightful session to our regions where the real game is and where the people are on the ground. All the 16 regions partner with you to send the message across to our small, medium enterprises. Our president has added micro, women, and the youth, and we hope that we can work together. AGI is always ready and capable, and we are in this together to move Ghana forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hand over to Lady Ekua to take us to the next level. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Dr. Maureen. I think we've had a very, very insightful presentation, but we are not done yet. We have another insightful session coming up. This is it's on borrower protection and dispute resolution mechanism. And at this moment, I'll call on my colleague, Mr. Godfred Kujo, to give that presentation. Okay, so please, whilst they are setting up, just a quick reminder. I remember at the beginning I told you that for our participants, there are just two things we require from you. The very first one is questions, and I think you've done that perfectly. The second one is evaluation. As I said, if we don't get feedback from you, we cannot continue having these insightful programs. So as the presentation is going on, I will be dropping a QR code for the evaluation forms. So if you could please just take a quick moment to let us know your feedback on the program. It will be very, very helpful for us. So thank you so much. We'll be taking the next presentation shortly. Thank you.
Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I have the last presentation, and when you know that you are between the people and the lunch, then you have to re-strategize to make it interesting for them. So please pardon me. I'll finish very soon for us to go for lunch. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight a few things that you'll go home with to help build your business, knowing that there's a Borrowers and Lenders Act, and there's also another infrastructure that I'll highlight on, and then maybe in another time we would meet again and go into a more detail. But then let's first of all look at responsible borrowing, and then before we do that, I want us to do just 5 minutes to do a quick exercise. I think there are a lot of questions about start-up businesses wanting to open up and want a facility. And I want to also believe that there are a number of industries or companies here that also offer goods and services on credit. Can I please have, just show by hands if you do that on credit? Almost all of you. Perfect. Then let's do this. Let's say we are confronted with
two companies, a startup and then a school. We have a small startup called the Putomputo Enterprise. This gentleman has a shop. He deals in plastics, bowls and all that. And what he wants is he needs some goods to open up. So he needs more plastic goods to open up. And then also we have AGI International School. We're struggling to find a name. We did GIS, BIS, they were all schools. So we didn't want trouble. So let's just rest on AGI International School. So that's how come we have AGI International School. So AGI International School is there. We all know that it's a big school. What he needs is they built a new classroom, and they also need some tables and chairs, plastic tables and chairs. So let's say WQ, I think we call it some WQ plastic company, which is big, and you want to give these two people some goods. The decision is, or what you are to do is, among these two people, who would you like to supply the plastic materials on credit? So I'm sure you do get yourself confronted with these issues. So with these two companies, Putomputo Enterprise and AGI International School, you are to make a decision as to who to give those goods to. Who would you give to? On the surface of it, who would you? I mean, who comes to mind first? Who would you want to give the goods to? Just AGI, or be nice. How about Putomputo? You don't like the name. All right, so you are going for AGI, but I'm sure we'll have somebody from Putomputo. Perfect, thank you, a good man. Okay, so as typical as you do, you ask for some background checks, some documentation. And so we try, let's start with Putomputo. You ask Putomputo to bring you some documents. And he tells you, yes, I can give you invoices and receipts that shows I've been buying, where I buy my small plastic for my business. We ask AGI to present some documents. They also come in with their enrollment data, show you the cash flow, knowing that school fees are coming in. They show you their payment plan if you give them the goods. At this point, anybody changing their mind? Were there anybody changing their minds? You still stick to, you're a bit, well, but let's see. I have some more information for you to make that decision. All right, now, we go to Putomputo, we ask so many questions. Putomputo, where do you get your stuff? He tells you, yes, aside Melcom, there's this big shop that I also get my stuff from. And then you try and then send your people to go and ask, yeah, yes. Putomputo comes to us, he's always been buying items, and then he pays with cash. You try and then find around the neighborhood, and then they also say, yes, anytime we need plastics, we go to Putomputo. Now, you ask Putomputo, so all these small business that you started, where do you get your money from? How did you start? And then he says, oh, well, I borrow from a few family members. You ask them and they tell you, yes, he borrows from us. And anytime he borrows, he pays on time. Now, you try and visit in Putomputo's enterprise. And then you see people queuing and then buying, giving you some indication of some cash flow, isn't it? All right? So it will be fair to also look at AGI. Now, AGI, yes, you now go there and let's see what is happening. Parents, you see them trying to withdraw their kids from the school because they hear that standards has fallen. And so they are trying to now withdraw their kids. Remember, the enrollment data he gave you at the time you were going to take that decision, you see that there's something happening there. Again, you try and then look at the banks. You see that, well, the land, this time they didn't belong to family. You see, the bank financed it, the land that the school is on. And then you see that they are already defaulting in repaying that land. And if that land was secured and then registered with the Collateral Registry, you should know that they will come and take the building. And that land, the building that you put your mind on that they would probably get school fees to pay will be taken out. Now you try and then you see that teachers are agitated because salaries have not been paid for the past 2 months. At this point, who would you provider. You give it to who? You give it to Mputomputo. You give it to Mputomputo at this point, isn't it? Now, the point is, why would you give to Mputomputo? Because now you have a lot of information. All right? You are going to base on your decision, based on the surface, see what you saw. But being provided with enough information, now you are capable of what? Making a choice, and a prudent one as such. Now, while we go through this, we should always remember that inside the head of these businesses, and I'm saying you are businesses because all of you are businesses, you are the only one who knows what is inside your head. The person or the institution or the company you are going to, they don't know about you, but you know exactly what our two just said. You understand? And so it's very important that we ask so many questions. We rely on some sort of information to make these decisions. And this is because even aside in there's decision we based on the information we got, there's a possibility that Mputomputo will be owing some microfinance around. Likelihood that he also owes some retailers around, or even ECG, such that they will come and disconnect his lights, he's owing water and all that. And then, of course, he might be given some loan from some donors and all that. Now, this is information that you need as an institution to be able to make that informed credit decision. Otherwise, you do all you can. We will be talking about credit. You give the credit, and they will not be able to pay you back for you to get your raw materials to develop again. Now, what I'm trying to do is to introduce what we call a credit reporting system or credit referencing system. All right? An infrastructure that is going to help you bridge that gap. All right? All the information, all the exercise that we just did, there's no way you can do that. You can't send your people go everywhere to be asking those questions. But then we have a system that will bring all that to you in the comfort of your office. You look at the credit, what we call the credit report, and you see all the footprint, all the places that these people have gone to, and then you'll be able to make that decision. Now, with the help of what we call the credit reference bureaus, we have this infrastructure available where we will see your credit report. And of course, this is within the banks. The banks have access to this system, and that's how come they are able to turn you or deny your credit when they see that you are so much exposed to other banks, such that they think that when they give you the loan, you are not likely to pay, because they have information about all the loans you have taken from all other places. Now, what we are trying to do, and what we are drawing your attention to, is this. We have seen that the credits or the bank credit is not enough, and therefore we need to know the credits that you have also provided to other companies, because you might, a company can go to a bank for a loan to buy, let's say the plastics, the chairs that we are talking about, and the bank will give it. He will divert that money to something else and come to you, the producer of the plastic, and also receive that also on credit. And you see, this person is overexposed. So if we are able to have all the credits that you are giving out onto this platform, what it means is that now, in the comfort of your offices or your companies, at the point you are even granting a credit, you know that this person has taken a loan from a bank, or is owing ECG, or the rent, the company where they are, they have not paid their rent, and very soon they will be evicted. If you are able to get that information at the comfort of your offices, we all will have a very good credit system. And then the other advantage is that when you are also able to have all your records, all the credit that you've been taking as a startup business, if you were getting small supplies on credit and then paying, and that is recorded in the system, when later on you want to become big and you visit a bank will know that yes, you were taking some small supplies on credit and you were paying. And that, for that matter, the bank could rely on that to give you a loan to open up your business. And so what we are doing is now trying to bring everybody on board. The system was such that it was just for the banks, that they were sharing credit data. And so when you go to Bank A for credit, the Bank A will send the information to a credit bureau, Bank B will do that. What we have done is to expand that scope such that every single institution, once you are a lender, as defined by the borrowers and lenders, then it means that you can't participate in the system. So we are bringing everybody on board, the big industry. We started this. In fact, the good news is that a number of you have actually started. Just last week, we got one application from a member of AGI. What's the name? RMG Ghana, I think one of the from agro business. They give these small supplies to farmers, and then they have actually come on board. We are designating them, and so they'll be reporting all these farmers that they are giving these small supplies to, and that farmer is going to benefit because now that farmer has a footprint within the formal sector. And so if tomorrow that farmer goes to a bank for a loan, the bank knows that when you were receiving these supplies, you were paying, and so they should be very comfortable giving you a loan. And so that's what we are trying. And so once you leave here, we can engage you, we'll give a contact, and then you can apply to BOG to say that you want to participate in the credit reporting system. We'll look at it. It doesn't take so much. You don't pay anything. When you now engage the credit bureaus, you start sending your data, and you want to now search on your potential customers, then in that case, you pay some little money to the bureau to be able to access records on your borrowers. And so this is something that we think it will help the AGI, it will help companies that deals in any little form of credit. And so that's the credit reporting system. Now let me shift a bit to consumer protection. We said a lot in the Borrowers and Lenders Act. We also just want to arm you with some few things. You know that the banks, I always say that they are not angels. Those who work within the bank, they are, I'll say, our own people that work there. The things they do to us in the house, sometimes they carry it there as well. And so they are not angels. And most of them, of course, are giving targets to meet. And for that matter, they can look into your eyes, they'll be nice to you, but they may probably be doing things that might be detrimental. And so we just want to highlight some of the things that we have told them to do, so that your eyes is open when they are doing it to you. You can actually point it to them and say that, no, this is not a proper practice. We have told them that in their design of their product, they should make sure that they have your interests at hand. They should make sure that they don't overburden you with loans. And then, of course, they should be very transparent in their communication with you. And so if they were not transparent, if for any reason they did not put any information in your credit agreement, and my colleague mentioned that the credit agreement is very crucial that you have a copy of it. Most of the time when they come for mediation, you see that they will produce their document, but then the borrower doesn't have any document. They will tell you that this was here, and they will show us your signature. So it's very important that we have copies of that. Pricing, fair treatment, protecting your data, and then of course the very important one, they should have mechanisms for receiving your complaint. Every bank has been mandated or has been directed that they should have units to receive your complaint and resolve them. And if there are any issues, that can be escalated to Bank of Ghana. So I just want to highlight a few things that we've told them not to be doing, trying to have the terms and agreement in very minute font, such that you don't see. You tell them to go and print a new one for you. But BOG says that it should be readable, and they are supposed to do that. And then those things that they do, they will pre-check some of the things. If it's an agreement, allow me to check and say, I want this. Don't pre-check them. We have banned those things. They are not supposed to do that. Now, again, debt collection practices. They are not supposed to do anything anyhow. Even if you are not paying, we are not saying you should pay. If you don't pay, the credit reporting system will catch you. But for some reason you are unable to pay, they should not be chasing you with military men, corner you when you are coming out of your church. They are already there, and that is not a good approach. We've told them not to do that. When they do that, one, they are breaching that privacy. When you were taking the loan, the public, well, the church people were not there. And so he cannot just tell the whole church that you are owing and then grab you as if you're a criminal. That is not allowed. So there are fair debt collection practices that's supposed to happen. Now, a few things. I'm skipping some of the things because these are companies, so I expect that for some of the things you're already doing. But then my colleague mentioned the pre-agreement truth in lending statement. Please, this is a document that I just want to emphasize that he had mentioned earlier. We have mandated that before they approve or disburse the loan, they should give you that copy, that document. Now, in fact, we have said that you should take that copy home. For 5 days, look at it, study it, and then you can come back and say, I accept the loan. So this is more like a pro forma invoice within the banking sector. Let's make use of it. Now, the importance of this document is that and again, one of the things that we have seen within our credit market is that borrowers are very loyal in the banking sector. So they are with ADB. They have been with ADB for 20 years. They have never even stepped out to find out what Bank B also has to offer. You understand? And so you have been taking loan from them for 10 years. You have not even negotiated on your interest. You have not even asked, you know. And so, of course, they are also like you. If I am selling and you come to me and said the interest rate is 20% and you don't ask me to reduce it, of course, they are in for business. And so it is important that you take this document. We are saying that we should have the power. And of course, we all know that if we don't visit the banks, they are nothing. If we don't go and put our money there or take loans, even now that they don't know where to place their monies, if we don't go there for loans, look, they will all be reporting very low profit because, of course, all the other investments, the rates are very low. And so we should have the power, you know, to negotiate. We are the one buying. And so we should be able to have some power. But, of course, we need to have good track record to be able to do that. And so what we are saying is that try and then fish. I mean, go to other banks and ask for their rates, or they should give you this document. Now go home and then compare and see which one is giving you the best deal. We should not, if we continue to do that, they will be aware that if I don't give you a good rate, you are likely to move to another bank. And so the competition will be great among them, and we the borrowers tend to benefit. So it's very important that we look at it. I just want to highlight on one particular fee we call the APR. BOG has been publishing the APRs of banks. Just for your information to compare, roughly, which bank has the highest cost of lending or of credit. So we've been publishing that on our website. Just to say that sometimes don't look at only the interest rate. All right? The interest rate sometimes becomes a bit deceitful, is the word correct? A bit deceptive. Because there are other charges to the loans. And so I give this example. Bank A might have 13%. Bank B would say their interest rate is 15%. On the face of it, you go for which one? The 13%, isn't it? But you see, what you don't know is that Bank A with a 13% might be charging commission fee of 5%, might be charging administrative fee of 3%. You put all that together, Bank B, who says 15%, perhaps is charging a processing fee of 1% and tells you that I don't want any commission. Or, you know, so when you put all those charges together, you see that Bank A, which said that their interest rate is 13%, is rather higher than the one that said the interest rate is 15%. So let's go beyond the interest rate and always ask for what? The APR. You want to know the total cost within a year or for a period of 1 year. How much would I have paid to you, the bank, or how much would be the cost of the loan? And so I want to highlight on this very point, we should all be asking them, and don't be so much interested in the interest rate, but be interested in the APR. I've talked about the credit agreement, and then also, I don't know what Stevie mentioned, the changes in terms and conditions. This is also one area that we want you to also know. If the bank wants to vary the agreement, we are not saying they should not, but if they want to vary the agreement, they should inform you before they do that. We are saying minimum 20 days they should have informed you before implementing that, so that you are very comfortable. You can really take a decision whether you want to continue with the new terms or new changes. If not, then you can what? Cancel the facility. And so let's take advantage of that as well. Now, also we have what we call the early settlement penalty fee. We have what we call the cooling off period. These are things that the bank has introduced to make borrowers a bit comfortable in your borrowing decision. So, for instance, the early settlement penalty, we are saying that we looked at what banks were doing. You have a loan and you want to go and pay off the loan, and the bank is telling you then pay 2 months interest for not waiting to the end of the loan tenure. Then they want to penalize you for that. Now, we know that, yes, you might have distorted their flow, their cash, their liquidity, you understand, by paying early. And so if they want to penalize you, we have reduced that penalty to 0.25%. So that's if they want to charge at all. But the interesting thing is that when we introduced this, most of them have actually stopped charging penalty for coming to pay earlier. Almost all of them have stopped. And the next one is cooling off. Here, what we are saying is that we know that sometimes you are in a hurry, you have some goods that you want to clear from the port and all that. And so you might end up in a very high cost loan. But just when the loan was disbursed, you have somebody who is giving you a cheaper loan. And so it makes sense that the very first one that you got, you should let the bank return their money. And so we are saying that because of that, we have mandated that after the loan has been disbursed, you have 5 days to cool down. All right? 5 days to cool down and reflect whether indeed you need that money. And if you don't need that money, the bank can comfortably take their money back without you suffering any penalty. But that is different from when you have taken it and you are bringing it back within that 5 days. And it's more of what? An early payment. And so that in that case, the 0.25% can apply. So these are just cushions to just make you comfortable and not be in a haste to take credit facilities. A few other things, let me just highlight them. Credit insurance, one of the things that we saw was that the banks were putting some premiums, what's the word, markup on some of this insurance that they were paying. And so if you are paying for loan insurance 2%, maybe the insurance company is charging 1% and the bank has added 1%. So we've told them to stop. We should charge exact amount. They are not insurance companies. You should charge exact amount the insurance company is charging. Maintenance fee on savings account, we are saying they should stop over the counter withdrawal. You remember those days when they're going to withdraw 1,000 from the counter, they will tell you, then you pay some money, otherwise go and use the ATM. We abolish that as well. Collateral, change of collateral, my colleague had mentioned. We are saying that you don't own the collateral, you don't own the asset. It is just to say that I'm using that to secure the loan. And so they have no right to cause the name change, either jointly or in the bank's name. So we've abolished that. Now this one is also one of the things that we've done to also help borrowers. Now you see that you go and take a loan, and then you are supposed to pay every 20th. And on the 20th you couldn't pay, and so they say for late payment, we are charging you 10%. All right? Now, what we saw is that 10% that they charge you, they add it to the loan so that the subsequent month, when they are calculating the interest, they add that one to it. All right? So that's more of interest on interest. Is that also? The money you took is the principal. That is what they're supposed to charge on. And maybe some interest that you haven't paid. Then they can. But for this is a charge. This is a penalty. So you can't compute my interest, monthly interest on that. And so we've abolished that as well. They should not do that. Set that penalty aside. Compute my interest based on the principal and then any interest outstanding. So that has also, we've asked them to stop. Now, after all that I have said, if you are suffering any of this, what do you do? First of all, report to the financial institution. Remember I mentioned that they are all supposed to have units or departments to handle complaints. We are saying that when they do that and you are not happy with that, proceed to BOG. And then if you are not happy with what BOG will also do, you are at liberty to move to the law court. But you see, we are making life comfortable by going through this process, because you know the court takes a long time and there's so much cost. And so we are saying that even if you are not comfortable dealing with the institution, you can still come to BOG, but just that we frown upon that exhaust the institution's processes, and if you are not happy, you can proceed to the Bank of Ghana. Now, they have 20 working days to resolve your issue. They have 20 working days to resolve. But then, of course, if the complaint relates to some digital financial services, then, of course, they have only 5 days to resolve it. But aside that, any other complaint, they have 20 working days to do that. They can, if it's too complex, ask for additional 10 days to resolve it. Now, if not, then it comes to BOG, we also have 20 working days to resolve it. Then we'll give you a resolution. Our resolution interest is binding on the bank. Whatever we resolve on is binding on the bank. So you see that it's a better option than to go to court. But if you proceed to court, then don't come to Bank of Ghana. If you have ever started the process at BOG, then continue at the court, then continue, don't come back. Sometimes we may allow, if we see that you have withdrawn the case from court, we have all the evidences, then we can proceed. But we cannot compete with the court. I mean, you agree? Yes. Again, if you waited for so long, the complaint happened 6 years, and you waited for so long and you are now coming to complain, it will also be very difficult to resolve the issue. So make sure that the complaint, the date of occurrence hasn't been more than 60 years. So these are the only limitations that we have. And again, when you go to court, don't come to BOG to enforce. We get that a lot. They've gone to court, then they come to BOG for BOG to help them enforce the judgment. Good, thank you, judgment. We are not judgment enforcers. So go somewhere else. All right. Now, that's all I have for you. But I just want to mention one last thing. Boss, with your permission. There's also a developing story. I thought that I should chip that in here. There's a developing, I don't know what I have to call it, story or situation, where there are so much funds or money in the banking sector that we cannot find the owners. All right? We cannot find the owners. And what I'm doing is I try to advise my gender. Some of us, we don't tell our wives, our partners where our monies are. And so when unfortunately we are dead, the monies are there, then our families will be suffering. Meanwhile, the money is with the bank. Now, and we call them unclaimed funds. There's so much. If I mention the figure, I'm sure you shout. We have over close to 400 million Ghana cedis that are for between 15 to 20 years, they have never asked for it. All right? Over $50 million. Okay? And these monies are there. Yeah. So these monies are there. Now, what the bank did was that, and again, our brothers in the bank, not all of them, not all of them. For some of them, when they see the smartest ones, when they see that, no, this money has been here for long, then that's where they turn themselves into ghosts. And then they try and put their hands in. So the bank had to bring in some measures to bring all those monies to BOG for safekeeping. All right? So, and so we have a couple of them, a lot of monies. When we get the opportunity, we try to draw your attention. And of course, we don't want those monies to be idle. You see, I mentioned SME. A lot of these monies are idle. And this is because there's so much money that are idle. And the processes are that if the money has been idle for 2 years, we've asked the bank to place some restriction on those monies. All right. Now, it will continue if it gets to 3 years, additional 3 years, and we still can't find the person. But of course, we've asked the banks to do certain things by contacting your last known address. They should call you, including your next of kin. All right. And the problem that we've seen is that next of kin, most of us were using little children. You know, I understand. They were using little children. And because people didn't understand what next of kin is, some family members too became fights among them when they see that their mother has used one of their siblings' name as next of kin. They think that it means that is what? Inheritance. In our case, next of kin is not inheritance. It's just a point of what? Contact. All right. And so let's make sure that we go and change our next of kins and put people who the bank can contact in case they cannot find you. And so these are one of the reasons, because next of kins that they used where people do not really exist. And so these monies are still there. Now what the bank has done is that we don't want these monies to be sitting idle. We want the rightful owners to get them. And we've done so much. In fact, the banks, before they bring it to BOG, will publish the names of those people in the dailies. So imagine we have done that and we still can't find the owners. All right. So what BOG has also done is that we've also made this funds available to the public. So we've said that anybody at all can go on the BOG's website. There's a link down there called Unclaimed Balances. So when you go to BOG's website, just go down there. There's a section called Unclaimed Balances. And when you go there, just go and search your great-great-grandfather. All right. Or you can go and ask your any relative that has passed. Because we believe that these funds are really unclaimed. Because if you look at how much out of these funds, the last time I checked, we had over 1.9 million number of accounts that have come. And out of that, we have only 8,000 that people have come back, that have come for them. It means that these monies are really unclaimed. We can't find the owners. That's how I made that statement. So when you go there, you see something like this, and just put the name there. When there's money at BOG, we will tell you that, yes, there's money. Go and start the process at the bank. We'll give you the banks, the name of the bank that the money, that brought the money. You go there, and then you start the process either by probate or what's the other one? LA, and then we can give back those monies out. But for now, they're idle, and we want to sensitize you on it. Let's make sure that our monies don't go idle, and then that's it. So I think that's all I have for you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Let's do it better for him. I think this is very enlightening. So, Lady Akia, this question time you have to facilitate.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. So we are nearing the end of the program. We are just going to go into questions right now, but due to time, unfortunately, we can't take too many questions. So I know we all have a lot of questions, but after today's program, definitely, if you have questions, you can still see any of the Bank of Ghana representatives, and then feel free to, that is if you don't get a chance to give your questions currently. So do we have any questions? I think oh wow, nice. Okay. So, so we'll start the questions. We'll take the first 5. So first we'll take the first 3, and then the next section we'll take another 3. So that's, yeah. So we'll start with Madame here. And please, whilst we are answering the questions, once again, I am pleading, that is the code, the QR code for the evaluation forms. If we do not complete the evaluation forms, unfortunately, we will not get lunch. So, so please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. That was really great and eye-opening. My question is this. Hello, presenter. You said something about if there is a change to the term of the loan, you should be informed within 28 days. You have 28 days, okay. And you should assess it, decide if the terms are okay for you, and if not, you can reject it. You've already borrowed the money. You're already in debt. And the person who gave you the money is making a change. What kind of rejection and what kind of option do you have at that point?
I can respond. Okay, so let me clarify. It's a choice. What we are saying is that we just want to give you comfort so that at least there are no surprises. We are trying to reduce the level of surprises. And that's why we are saying that within 20 days, they should inform you before they implement the change so that you will take a decision whether you want to continue or not. But that decision will be your decision. But let me clarify that when it comes to the change in the interest rate, that one will not take 20 days. Because of the what we call the GRR, there's also another directive that says that, if your loan is variable, it means that when the GRR changes, every month, your loan would also change. And again, I think I need to also mention this. What we saw, I always say these banks are not angels. what we saw was that you remember when the rates were going high, your loan keeps also increasing. When the interest rates were dropping, for some of them, they were not changing the rate, which was wrong. So we had a lot of complaints. But the point is that, so it's only those who actually watched, they were able to come to them and tell you, no, the interest rate is dropping. Why is my loan repayment not dropping? Some of them were not dropping the rate. They still maintain it at that level. Although the loan is a variable, so always look out for that, whether the loan is variable or is fixed. If it is variable, then now everybody should be very happy. Those whose loans are variable because the interest rate has to. But of course, if you don't know, trust me, some of them would cheat you. I have to use that word. Okay, so okay, good. That's a very good one. The point is, they are the one who have given you the loan, and they have given you the terms of the loan. And within the terms, they told you that they can vary the terms, which you gladly accepted. So if they have varied it, I'm saying that we don't want them to surprise you. By tomorrow, there's a term. Then the following day, the term has changed. We just want to give you that comfort of really looking at the change that they have made, whether you like it or not. But you cannot prevent them from saying that, or you cannot say that, no, I don't want to take me back to my previous. That you can't say, because they had already informed you, which you did accept that they can vary the terms of the loan. All right.
Okay, so I'm Wilhelmina. My question has to do with persons with disability. I would like to know the specific borrowing protections that are being made available for persons with disability, and when it comes to lenders refusing or denying them access, what are the step-by-step dispute resolutions should they the processes they should go through? And with the percentage, as in when it comes to the rate, has the Act specify any percentage for persons with disability, or the banks have the onus to do so? Thank you.
All right, so thank you. The last time BOG has launched a directive called Financial Inclusion for Persons with Disability. In fact, when we checked, we realized that we were among the first in Africa to have a directive like that. That will force banks to give some special treatment to persons with disability. So maybe you can have a copy of it. It's on our website, Promoting Financial Inclusion for Persons with Disability. And so we've made several provisions which will cause the banks to change a lot of things. But we've seen that it requires some capital, a very good amount of capital outlay. And so we've given them some time frame within which they will change their systems to be able to accommodate all the special needs of persons with disability. But I'm not too sure whether there's any incentive when it comes to credit. That we don't have any incentive for persons with disability when it comes to credit, in terms of maybe giving a lower rate and all that. That we don't have any provision on that. But I want to believe that we may have banks that will look into that. And maybe I don't know whether it would be per advocacy, but that's to a large extent what the Bank of Ghana has done in meeting the special needs of persons living with disabilities.
I'm Edward Lamptey. I'm a pensioner, and for over a year, I never went to my bank. So in January, I went to the bank, and when I filled my check, they say I'm not the person. I say, how? Look at the picture. It was discovered that two people attempted to forge my signature, but they couldn't get it. And I asked them that, since you saw the picture, and that picture is not mine, why didn't you get that person arrested? The second person did the same thing. And now you are telling me that I'm not the person. And I gave them the date when I opened the bank account. my name, and I even signed my signature. At the end of the day, they gave me the money. So in January, I got the alert. February, I got it. But in March, I have never got my pension alert. So in this case, what do I do? Thank you.
We would, I have my colleagues here. Please, just after I would contact you and then get some more details on it. Okay, so my colleague would attend to you when we are done.
Right, thank you. My question is in respect of the Ghana reference rates. It's like it's not forthcoming because I stand to be corrected. My last check was last year around June. I don't know whether Bank of Ghana will usually publish it because we need to know so that we can compare the rates. And so I see that that very information is not forthcoming. So if we can do something about it. Thank you.
Oh, I just have a short question. Will we have access to the slides from both presentations today? Okay, that's all.
Okay, so I had one comment and one question around the credit. Even though the credit bureau type thing is something we have in the U.S., it started off kind of as a good thing with protections for the lender and the borrower, but after a while, I just want to make this comment just to be cognizant that it can be used as a bludgeoning tool against people eventually. So you might want to keep that in mind. But the question that I had was, a couple of weeks ago, we went to the Exim Bank conference. It was like during the Agro Week or something like that. And they were talking about how things can make you more or less credit worthy from the bank's eyes. So when we were looking at the example of AGI versus the shop, AGI had all this paperwork. It was beautiful. The shop paperwork looked crazy. But, you know, taking all the factors in, it gave them a leg up because of all the different factors. But one of the things they were talking about with Exim Bank was people having paper records, not having good access to data, not having technology to help them organize all of this stuff and present in a good way. So would you all recommend that people get off of paper to keep better records?
Okay, so I'll start off from the last one. I think that is my very first comment I made on we trying to formalize some of our activities. In fact, even with bringing the AGI on board the credit reporting system, you will need to even formalize your processes. You need to have a system that will capture the credit and then the repayment. And we've always said that you don't necessarily need a big system, even an Excel. And a Microsoft Excel workbook can even do that. You need to record the demographic information of the people you are giving the money to, and then also recording all the repayments that they are doing. If you don't even have that, we can't even bring you on board. And so I think that maybe I'll push this back to the AGI. Even among your members, how they can formalize not too big systems, very simple systems to just formalize your activities. And that would really help. And that will give us information that we can put it up there. And if this gentleman, for instance, Plabuto had it, I'm sure that will even quicken the processes. And so it's something that we need to have a conversation on, even at your association. Yeah, so the GRR, I think I just made my colleague pull it up. It's always every month, released every month on the Ghana Association of Bankers website. I think that this is something that if you are a borrower, you should know it. Every month you should be interested in what the figure is to even adjust and know how your repayment will look like. So it's always published every month on the association's website. And as we speak, it is about 10%. And so if your risk premium is about 4%, you should be paying an interest rate of about 14%. And so if at this point you are paying interest about 20% on your credit, there's a problem. You need to look at your facility a second time. And just wanted to comment on, we do receive the notion that the credit reference system is a blacklist. It is not. In fact, we have seen that it's actually helping the borrowers more. Unless, of course, those who think that they can just take money and would not want to pay back because they think that it's government money. Otherwise, the borrower, we refer it to as a reputational collateral. If our credit system or our credit reporting system is working very well, no bank will rely on collateral. In any case, the collateral has to go through processing before. But if your reputation, your repayment behavior is so good and recorded, banks will be comfortable in relying on that character to give you a loan. And so it is not necessarily a blacklist, but of course a blacklist for those who have decided not to pay their loan. Then in that case, you go to any bank, they would always reject you. And that's also one thing that we need to all be aware of. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have a question. I have one question and then one comment. The question goes, I lived in Germany and I was transferring money into my account here. And then after 3 years, I was transferring every, other month into my account over here. And then there was a time I couldn't transfer anymore because of my financial issues. So after 5 years, I returned back to Ghana. And I wanted to go for my money. And the bank did not have my money in their account. And they said they claim I should bring my, transaction, those records. And then I took it to them. They confirmed that, yes, my bank was giving me, a slip all the time, overseas. As soon as you make transfer, it will give you a receipt to show for it. And I took it there. They said they didn't have anything of that sort in my account. I came to Bank of Ghana. They said I have to go to the banking, department of Bank of Ghana, banking supervision department of Bank of Ghana. And they said I have to contact my bank overseas for them to, and then for them to give me another documentation proving that they did. And they said that because if it were within 3 years, they would have documentation for me, but because it's over 3 years, going back into their archives will cost a lot of money. So then I ended up not having that money till now. And the bank no more. It was HFC and now Republic Bank. And so anyway, that was my, so what then was I supposed to do, in those days, to be able to retrieve. And then the other thing is thanking the AGI president and congratulating him for actually advocating on behalf of industries. Yes, it is a great thing to have access to finance, and it is another thing to be able to repay. If, for instance, my sector is where I know, where I use as an example, poultry sector. If you give me, maybe $20 million right now to put up a processing plant to rear broilers for the market, the competition that comes in from outside is so heavy that I will not be able to repay back the money. And so the fundamental problem is, how do we protect our local industries against the inflows of the heavyweight. I always put it this way: if you put a bantamweight champion in the ring saying, okay, the heavyweight champion compete, is not being fair. That is something that we really need to deliberately look at, to enact a policy that will protect the local industries from these inflow competitions. Thank you.
AGI President Wasuma for the last comment. Okay, but then thank you very much. Just a quick comment on that. I think what I would always ask is that for those of you who live abroad and that you are making some transfers, it's important you get these notifications from your local bank. It's very, very important that you get that. And then also, when you are traveling, it's important you let your bank here know that you are traveling. It's very, very important, so that they don't classify your account as dormant and you spend 5 years by the time you come. And then remember that when your account is being classified dormant, no interest will be paid on it. So for the 5 years, 10 years, no interest will be paid. If it was 200 cedis, after 5 years when you come, it will still be 200 cedis. So make sure that you notify your bank when you are traveling and you'll be away for a long time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your questions, for your attention. Just a quick reminder, please, the evaluations. We are over 100 and we only have 25. So please make a point. Without it, no lunch. And I'm serious. Without your evaluations, we cannot have lunch. That's what we are using to pay for the lunch. So I'll hand this over to Dr. Maureen for the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your kind attention, please. So all too soon we've come to the end of this program, but before we leave, it's important to hear from a very special person, someone who lives and breathes and sleeps AGI. He works so hard, one may ask a question, but we must know that it is his passion to see businesses thrive. And so I'd like to call here, please, can we please give us attention? We need you to listen to this gentleman. He has so much passion. Mr. Seth Chum Akwabwa, CEO of AGI. Let's all welcome him as he shares his closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you. But before I give my closing remarks, I would like to invite the AGI president if he has any final words to share. He's our boss here, so it's just right that, especially the last presentation, if he has any final comments before we close from here.
Thank you very much. Since I will not get the opportunity to speak again, maybe I'll say some few words before the chief executive gives the final closing remarks. We are very happy to be here, and first of all, I would like to thank the Bank of Ghana for taking their time to take us through the details of the first presentation and the second presentation. We are so grateful to you. It has been very insightful, and you can see that a lot of the members asked questions, and the questions were fully answered. So everybody is happy in this room. And we thank you again for footing the bill as well. We will always call on you. Now, this is for Greater Accra. We have Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, Ho, and Bolga. So we will fall on you so that this message can also be transmitted to those in other regions for the insights we in this region have received, so that it is well distributed to all members. And members can also begin to transfer the message to others who are not here as well. So thank you so much. And to my cherished members, especially the ladies in business, we are so grateful to you for this arrangement that you have been able to bring the Bank of Ghana to come to give us these insightful discussions, and we are so happy that you've been able to achieve this. My passion is always that the micro, small scale, and women in business will get the finance to be able to expand their businesses. So I'll follow up with you to ensure that at least there is a policy that can help startups and those who don't have collaterals to be able to receive some money to boost the businesses that they are doing. I'll also work with the members to ensure that when there are no collaterals and they receive the monies, they pay. Yes. So we'd like to follow up and keep records of all those who will get money as members, so that you pay back and give opportunities to others to also receive money. Thank you so much for coming.
So thank you very much, President. I think we've gotten more than we actually asked for. I remember when we had the initial discussions, we knew we were going to listen to Lenders and Borrowers Act. But sitting here, I've been very well educated on a number of issues. And even the Lenders and Borrowers Act, how many of us knew that when you register your assets, you can actually use that one asset to take multiple loans from different banks? I've had an experience recently, and it's not too far off, where one of our members came to me and said he pledged his asset with the bank. He needed additional facility. The bank is unwilling to give, and they are unwilling to release his collateral to enable him get another facility from another bank. And I guess if he had registered with the collateral, that would have been possible. Collateral registry, that would have been possible. So clearly, there's a lot we need to know. The credit reference bureau or system that was introduced to us, very important. The fact that we even have the possibility of negotiating on our loans. Sometimes we take it for granted, and it's all very important. The BOG's role in terms of its supervisory work, again, very important. And I like the way you are even putting a ban on some of the penalties and all that. But we need to know, because when you do it and it doesn't translate or cascade down for the borrowers to know, they wouldn't ask for enforcement of such bans that you have introduced. We are very ignorant about a lot of things, and then the financial institutions may take us for granted. So it's very important. The fact that we also have complaint possibilities, and there are even deadlines for responding to our complaints. These are all very important and interesting issues that we need to take note of. My final key point is the unclaimed funds. That's quite revealing. I know a little bit about this, because even at the stock exchange, there's something they call unclaimed dividends. And I remember one company, the unclaimed dividends was more than 8 to 9 million Ghana cedis. And that was way back. And then, at some point, Ministry of Finance says, we're going to take the money from you, the company. The company said, well, if the dividends, the shareholders haven't picked their dividends, because some of them, they are small shares. So for the individual, it doesn't matter much. But cumulatively, it makes a big difference in the company. Ministry of Finance said, we're going to take that funds. The company came to see us, and we had to mediate at some point. They are both right. It is money with the company who the company doesn't own. But does Ministry of Finance also own it? The real owners are nowhere to be found. So that is a possibility. And we should always strive to make sure that when we are doing business, transparency is key, even for our families. But there's still that possibility that there may be still unclaimed funds. What happens to that unclaimed funds? That money doesn't belong to the banks. BOG says, give it to us. But does it belong to BOG? It doesn't. I think there must be arrangements around it. And I believe that AGI should spearhead this. That this fund, after some years, it becomes obvious that it's not likely to be claimed. Shouldn't we put this in a fund that can be lent to businesses? And I think we should spearhead that advocacy, that we should have an unclaimed fund being lended to businesses. You see, President was talking about, President was talking about how soon the soon will be with regards to our boss's comment that they are working on resources to on-lend to the underprivileged and the difficult situations for the youth and all that. But this is really a fund that can be easily created to support such arrangement. So let's work towards it. So once again, I'll add my voice to the President and thank our women in business who led the effort to meet the BOG. And thank BOG for supporting this. Yes, very much so. So women in business, I give you all the credit. And then BOG for helping this. And the President requests that it should go beyond Accra. And I think the success we've had here, we can emulate it in other regions as well. Let's work together, and I'm sure in subsequent meetings, we'll participate in our numbers, get the knowledge. Knowledge is key in whatever we do. If you don't have knowledge of what you are doing, you lose opportunities which you shouldn't have lost. So thank you once again, and let's continue to work together. Thank you.
Let's do it better, because the support we got from the AGI Secretariat was just wonderful. Mr. Jojo, all the members of the technical team and the joint team, it was awesome working together. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So what's my colleague, co-pilot? I think we are getting close to the airport, right? Yeah. Our destination. Yes. Good. So please tighten your seat belts and get ready. It won't be a bumpy ride. We are going to just, cruise to our final destination with a closing prayer from Mr. Alexander Kumson. With a round of applause, let's welcome him to bring us home.
I was going to say, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the gift of life. And we thank you for today's program, the collaboration with AGI to discuss the Borrowers and the Lenders Act and then operations of the Collateral Registry. Father, I pray, may the lessons that we have gotten from this forum go a long way to help us to make the right decision. I pray that it shall not just remain information, but it's going to help the decision that God, our AGIs are going to take to promote their business and to raise and to reduce unemployment in this nation. Father, I commit the AGI into your hand. I pray that you will endow them with wisdom and an understanding as they do their business. I pray that you guide them, you will lead them, you will instruct them, that they will be able to do it well with the knowledge that they have acquired from the registry. Father, we thank you and we bless you. We pray that this information will help us to do our business, to reduce the risk that is involved in our credit transaction. We thank you and we bless you. We pray that God, as we are going, you will take us to our destination. Grant us mercies, traveling mercies, so that we will get to our destinations and we will continue to praise your name. This we ask in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Kumson. We have announcements. Give us 1 minute. Please sit down for 1 minute for announcements.
Okay, so as Dr. Maureen said, we are about to land. Hello? We are about to land this wonderful program, But in the past, you know, there's always immigration declaration form. And currently your immigration declaration form is your evaluation. So if you do not do your evaluation, you will not have lunch and you cannot leave. So please, 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 let us do the evaluation forms and then declare what we have to declare and have a wonderful lunch. Lunch should actually be at the pavilion at the back, so it's by the pool. So if you can just go down the stairs to your left through the pool side at the pavilion behind the building. It's a big thing. Again, we have up to 3 o'clock, so please make sure you are seated in the pavilion before the time, otherwise we'll have an issue. So please, again, your evaluation forms. Thank you.
One last announcement before, please, can you please listen to me? We've had a great time. We're going to take a group photograph. But before the group photograph, there's a gentleman here who is interested in people, especially women in business, interested in AI-related stuff. Mr. Siome, can you raise your hand so that they can come to you? For those who are interested to learn about AI, he has a program he wants to share with you. Now, we are going to take a photograph before lunch. So we'll go downstairs in front of the building. We are all assembling there to take a brilliant picture. So please do not leave. After that, we'll all proceed to the dome where we'll have lunch together. So thank you so much. And we'd like to say Aiko to all of you for staying throughout the program. I'd like to thank the Bank of Ghana and AGI for this wonderful opportunity. And for my co-pilot,
thank you so much and hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure working with you. Have a good evening. Bye. Mr. Siome.